Thank you for being here tonight. I'd like to officially call this Mayor and Council meeting on March 28th, 2022 to order. For the record, Councilmember Marcelo Zapata has an excused absence. At this time, I would like to call the former mayor of Abilene, Kansas, and the director of the Drake House. We're privileged to have Nisha Mason to come to the front and do an invocation, a moment of silence. Nisha? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me now? Awesome. Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I have to say, when I got this call to do the invocation, I thought, I'm a believer, but yeah, I don't do public prayer. I'm not going to do the invocation. I got the call, and I'm a believer, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to do this. And then as I thought about what I was called to do and the people that I was called to honor with this invocation, I thought, well, what if Major Sundley and Lieutenant Ruff would have said no when they got the call to serve? How many lives would be different because they did not answer the call that may have stretched them a bit, but they answered, and lives were changed because they did. So I am standing here doing something that I have not done before. Thank you, Mayor Wilson, for stretching me. To honor the service of Lieutenant Ruff and Major Sundling. And if you would please bow your heads. I'm a praying person, so I choose to honor them in prayer. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to gather here in honor of our service members, particularly Lieutenant Ruff and Major Sundling. We thank you for their service. We thank you for the service members that stand protecting lives, putting their lives on the line every day. Thank you for their family members. Thank you for the support of this community. I thank you for the leadership of this community. Thank you, Lord, for the mindfulness. Thank you for the hedge of protection around them. I pray that you bless this community, bless our service members at home and abroad. All hearts together we say, amen.
Nisha, thank you so much. And you can see why she's the former mayor of Abilene, Kansas, and the executive director of the Drake House. Robin, I need you for a second. I don't have that. Thank you so much. Tonight's color guard is presented by the Centennial High School Army JROTC Knights Battalion. Carrying the national colors is Cadet Corporal Naomi Hernandez, and carrying the Georgia State flag is Cadet Corporal Emily Maya. The lead guard is Cadet Private First Class Kate Camarillo, and the rear guard is Cadet Corporal Nia Nix. At this time, I'd like to call James and Dalton Peak, the grandchildren of Major Carol Sundling, to lead us in the pledge. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Y'all may be seated. Thank you. Outstanding job, Junior ROT Assistant Centennial, and outstanding job to James and Dalton Peak. Thank you so much. The first thing I'd like to do I really wish I could get somebody else to do this for me. On March 29th, Americans will come together to commemorate the service and sacrifices made by the nearly 3 million service members who served in Vietnam. March 29th designates the departure of the last American troops from Vietnam, March 29th, 1973. Only U.S. Embassy personnel and support staff remained in South Vietnam until the fall of Saigon on April 30th, 1975. So tomorrow, I ask all of you in Roswell, all of you in our country, to remember Vietnam. And with that, I have the great privilege of asking Major Carol Brandell Sunling forward to read a proclamation as the esteemed Roswell veteran. So would Major Carol Brandell Sunling please join me here at the podium? How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Glad you're here.
Thank you. Oh.
Proclamation of the Office of the Mayor, Major Carl Brandell Sunling, esteemed veteran of Roswell. Whereas Carol Brandell Sunling graduated from Harrisburg Hospital School of Nursing and later followed in her mother, Lieutenant Jean Schrom Brandell Rathlon's footsteps, who served in World War II as a United States Army nurse. And whereas in 1970, Carol Brandell Sunling served in the United States Air Force after completing flight training in aerospace medicine. The United States Air Force recruiter informed Carol no woman would be sent where combat missions were engaged with enemy troops. A short time later, after flight school, the Air Force was depleted of male nurses, and Carol Brandell Sunling was sent to Vietnam. Carol arrived in Vietnam on her birthday and served her country proudly for 1 year across from the enemy lines. And whereas Carol Brandell Sunling was placed in service in the demilitarized zone in Saigon with the 903rd Air Medevac Squadron, she worked as a flight nurse on field helicopters, picking up wounded soldiers and conducting 15 missions per day. The helicopter she was assigned to landed with just enough time to pick up our United States soldiers seriously wounded in the fields of Saigon. And whereas Carol Brandell Sunling earned the National Defense and Armed Forces Expeditionary Service Medals, Carol served on the following missions and squadrons: the Military Airlift Command, the 21st Air Force, the 438th Military Airlift Wing, the 514 Military Airlift Wing, the 72nd Air Med Evacuation Squadron, and the 65th Air Medical Evacuation Squadron. In the reserves after Vietnam, Carol concluded her 20-year career as a major and chief flight nurse. And whereas we shall always remember that the strength of our community and nation is in our collective bond to a spirit of service, and that there is no higher call than those who have served in the United States Armed Forces. And the city of Roswell is proud to commemorate this great service of yours. Now, therefore, I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do hereby name Major Carol Brandell Sunling, an esteemed veteran of Roswell, on March 28, 22, and call upon all our citizens to recognize her astounding service to our country and our community. Hand to Carol. Council, come join me. Take a picture.
Okay.
Thank you for your service.
I don't want to block these.
You want that?
Yeah, I want this. Let me hold this.
Yes. There you go.
Family, please.
Microphone, Mike. Microphone.
This is short. I can talk loud.
Okay.
The mayor said that greatest honor that we could have is our veterans and the people that served. The greatest honor that any veteran could have is the privilege of serving their country. And to all the people who so graciously, after 50 years, that's the way it goes with Vietnam veterans.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, no. That's, we made sure that's long past. And I was happy to see all the color guard were females today. You'd see, there weren't females doing anything. And they told us we couldn't. And that's what I'll tell you. You can, and you will if you do.
I'm from around Harrisburg. From where my mother-in-law.
Okay. The other time now is.
I'd like to call the Ruff family forward as I read a tribute to Lieutenant Joel David Ruff. The entire family, please join me. Thank you all for being here. Proclamation of the Office of the Mayor. In memoriam, tribute to Lieutenant Joel David Ruff. Whereas Joel Ruff began his law enforcement career with the Roswell Police Explorers Youth Program in 1995. During his time as an explorer, Joel attended several competitions and excelled in the skills and knowledge learned in the program. Whereas in 1998, after 3 years as a Roswell Police Explorer, Joel was hired as a detention officer for the Roswell Police Department, where he served in all shifts, acquiring and perfecting the knowledge and expertise of all protocols of the detail. And whereas in 2000, Joel Ruff continued with his law enforcement career by becoming a certified peace officer for the state of Georgia and began his career at the Roswell Police Department. He served the community in the Uniform Patrol Division until his transfer to the Criminal Investigations Division in 2007, where he prided himself with going the extra mile to solve the cases before him. And whereas in 2013, he was promoted to the rank of sergeant, where he's once again assigned to both the Uniform Patrol and Criminal Investigations Division as a leader of the officers he served. Sergeant Joel Ruff assumed the duties of acting lieutenant until he was officially promoted to lieutenant on December 28th, 2020, and assigned to the Uniform Patrol Division D Squad of the Roswell Police Department. And whereas Lieutenant Ruff's passing was much too soon and has left a void in the Roswell Police Department, as well as with his family and friends, he was a friend and brother to all. His devotion to the Roswell Police Department and his goal of always aspiring achievement and dedication to the mission will forever be missed, but never forgotten in our hearts. Now, therefore, I, Kurt M. Wilson, Mayor of the City of Roswell, do by honor Lieutenant Joel David Ruff's memory and pay tribute to his dedication and service to the City of Roswell as a peace officer, and call upon all our citizens to acknowledge and remember his outstanding service to his profession and our community. Please give your hand of applause to Joel David Ruff. I'd like to ask the family to stay up here if they'll be so kind. And at this time, I'm going to ask two separately. There's going to be a reading from the Georgia House of Representatives and then a reading from the Georgia Senate. And then when those readings, those proclamations are done, if the family will be so kind, then ask City Council and the state delegation to stay up to take a picture if that's okay. So at this time, I'd like to call our Georgia House of Representatives forward to read a tribute honoring the life and memory of Lieutenant Ruff that was read on the House floor of the state legislation.
I'm going to stand over. So we're so sorry for your loss and that. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Roswell is actually represented by 4 representatives. So we have the majority here. Unfortunately, one could not make it, but this is from all of the representatives of the city of Roswell and the Georgia House of Representatives. And it is a privileged resolution. It's honoring the life and memory of Lieutenant Joel Ruff and for other purposes. Now, I'm going to say a lot of whereases, but I'll probably skip through some. Whereas the state of Georgia lost one of its finest citizens and most dedicated law enforcement officers with the untimely passing of Lieutenant Joel Ruff. Whereas he was highly regarded by the citizens of his community and state and by local government officials as a person of unquestioned integrity and dedication to the sound principles of law enforcement. And whereas Lieutenant Joel Ruff is survived by his wife Jennifer, his 4 children, Alexis, Ariana, Landon, and Liam, and 2 grandchildren. And whereas Lieutenant Joel Ruff exhibited extraordinary devotion to public service, outstanding loyalty, fine leadership, and meticulous attention to detail in all of his duties. And whereas he will long be remembered for his inspiring commitment to the welfare of others, which stands as a shining example of the positive effect law enforcement professionals have on the lives and well-beings of others. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives that the members of this body join in honoring the life and memory of Lieutenant Joel Ruff and express their most sincere condolences at his passing. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the House of the Representatives is authorized and directed to make an appropriate copy of this resolution for the family.
Thank you, Mary. This is a very difficult time, but I want each one of you to know that Joel is still with us. He's inside each one of you. He's inside everyone who serves in the Roswell Police Department, every constituent who he helped over his many, many years. Resolutions have a lot of legalese. They have a lot of the same verbiage, but I knew Joel. And I want you to know that we use the phrase the finest when it comes to those who serve us as a police officer. And nobody demonstrated the word finest better than Joel did. And I know right now he is in heaven. And I know he is serving and protecting the people through the pearly gates. And when you walk outside, take a moment and just look up in the sky and know that he's looking down on you. And he left an imprint in this community that we can never repay. But he is with us all, and we are forever grateful and thank you on behalf of the state of Georgia and the Senate. Thank you for sharing him with us. God bless you.
Thank you, Senator Albers. I apologize I didn't introduce you. That reading was from the floor of the state Senate. At this moment, would the City Council please join me and along with our state delegation to be with the Ruff family? Y'all don't have to leave. I got one last thing for you before you leave, because it's related to some of y'all. You don't have to leave. I promise you, I'm going to give you a heads up on when it's time to leave. If you're already gone, you're gone. Because the next item I want to talk about, taking a little privilege here on the mayor's agenda, is that on April 23rd, here in Roswell, at Riverside Park, we have taken we've had the great privilege of taking the Pat Tillman Run from the city of Atlanta and bringing it to Roswell. And the run is in honor of Pat Tillman, an American hero who was killed by friendly fire while in Afghanistan. Funds raised go to the Pat Tillman Foundation, which gives academic scholarships to military veterans or their spouses to further their careers and strengthen their communities. I will tell you personally, some of you may remember Pat Tillman, many of you may not, but I'm going to ask that everybody sign up for this race, for the Pat Tillman Race on April 23rd, whether you run, walk, come. Because Pat Tillman is an emblem, like Nisha so brilliantly said in the beginning before she started her prayer, of the two great American heroes that we had here today that we honored. And Pat Tillman was the same kind of American hero. Pat Tillman was an incredibly successful All-American football player, an incredibly successful NFL athlete, and 9/11 happened, and Pat Tillman and his brother left his career as an NFL football player and volunteered to go serve for our country, and was a successful in the sense that he became an Army Ranger and was involved in numerous operations in Afghanistan, and lost his life. But I think what Pat embodies, much like Joel, who we honored tonight, is the giving of oneself ultimately for others, and no greater cause. And so April 23rd, here in Roswell at Riverside Park, I think there's the beginning of, we will be promoting this dramatically. I can tell you, I will be promoting it dramatically. But I ask all of my friends and fellow residents and non-fellow residents to come to the Pat Tillman Run on April 23rd. It's a great way to honor your country. It's a great way to honor your community. It's a great way to honor yourselves. So that's my request. And I meant to catch everybody before they left, so I kind of failed on that. I'd also like to mention that on this past Saturday, this is a little bragging, so forgive me for bragging, but on this past Saturday, March 26th, Roswell sponsored a poll worker recruitment fair with Fulton County's election office. And we had an amazing turnout. We had a turnout of 72 participants. It's the largest turnout so far of any Fulton County city. And this fair was to help us find residents who are interested in becoming trained to work with the polls on election day or during early voting. The fair provided information on training, responsibilities, time commitment, and compensation. So thank you to all of you Roswell residents that took the time to come and be part of the volunteer effort of being a potential poll worker. And thanks for Fulton County for putting on the event. And I'd like to say thanks to Marley Press, our city clerk, who sits back there in that window that always stays hidden, who did a great job with the poll worker fair on Saturday, a really outstanding job. As a matter of fact, a little round of applause is due her. And by the way, you guys saved me some time because there was going to be a recess after that. But I got one last item on the mayor's report. And I promised that we would do this every 2 weeks in the city council meetings. And so I'm going to go there for 1 second, so bear with me. as you probably know, if you've walked through City Hall, you've probably seen a couple of these. If you've been to the departments, in all the various departments throughout the city, these are up in various forms in different people's offices. On January 24th, the City Council Mayor put out its 100-day plan, and on May 3rd, it will deliver it to you. I have one that I want to go ahead and brag about beforehand, that City Council Member Christine Hall and Finance Director Ryan Luckett have already knocked out of the park. And it is item number here, 2, evaluate zero-based budgeting. And since we put this plan out on January 24th, Christine and Ryan, working together, came up with a solution over the last couple of months. They evaluated the entire budget process, and here's the results. So I can already tell you that one of these is technically knocked out, and it's the evaluate zero-based budgeting. Well, it's actually better than evaluate. They came up with a solution. And the new solution is that FY23, the Roswell budget will have zero-based budgeting on all personnel matters, and all other budgetary matters will use priority-based budgeting. And in FY23, there will be no incremental budgeting as part of the budgeting process. Now, Nisha, you probably relate. That probably doesn't sound sexy to most of y'all, but to me, it's super sexy because it's going to save this city a lot of money over the course of time, and it's going to make our budgetary resolution much simpler and much easier to be much more detailed for department heads to evaluate and to share the information. It's a huge win for the city in the short term, midterm, and long term. So a big hats off to Councilmember Christine Hall and Finance Director Ryan Luckett. And keep your eyes on this council as they continue to progress forward, and keep your eyes on this staff as they continue to press forward on the next 37 days on the progression towards the 100-day plan. So, with that being said, next is the consent agenda. Are there any comments or questions from the council? No questions or comments from the council. Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak in reference to the consent agenda? With that being said, that no one from the public would like to speak on the consent agenda, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Councilmember Hall, thank you for the motion. Councilman, do I have a second?
Second.
Councilmember Hill seconds the motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor, please raise your hands. Passes unanimously. The consent agenda is approved. Thank you very much. Next is the Community Development Department. Councilmember Palermo, will you please read your item?
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. Item number 1, approval to adopt the text and map amendments to the 2040 Comprehensive Plan. Ms. Bromberg?
Good evening. Lenore Bromberg, Deputy Director of Community Development. And here before you tonight is a remote that's not working. Wasn't turned on. It's the 2040 Comprehensive Plan amendments as described by Councilmember Palermo. Just as a quick background for the audience and for the viewing public, Mayor and Council in June of 2021 did recommend transmitting the draft 2040 Comprehensive Plan to the Department of Community Affairs, DCA, and the Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC. At the same time they made that recommendation, they also asked staff to reconvene the Comprehensive Plan Stakeholder Committee to review some amendments that had been brought forward during the final stages of the draft document preparation. That stakeholder committee was convened in July 8th of 2021, where they reviewed the various text amendments that we'll be discussing tonight, and made a recommendation for each of those. In October of 2021, the comprehensive plan was adopted by mayor and council. And then in November 8th of 2021, mayor and council did initiate the amendments to move forward through the public process and eventually end up with you here tonight. The public input was collected from January 1st through the 17th of 2022, including a neighborhood meeting, which was held on January 13th. Planning Commission made their recommendation on February 15th at a regular meeting, and then committee on March 15th is the last time that the public saw these. So quickly, just an overview, we do have an overall map for the city of Roswell, which includes all of our character areas. This includes a conservation green space area, 4 established residential areas, the activity and employment areas, which includes our commercial mixed use, major activity, et cetera, as well as our commercial corridors of Highway 9, Parkway Village, and Holcomb Bridge Road. And we'll be going through each of these over the course of this presentation. Just a quick summary. On the next 2 slides are the summary tables of the various amendments as initiated by council. It includes the page number, and then it also includes the summary votes for the recommendations as made by the stakeholder committee, the public's input and their response, as well as the Planning Commission recommendation and the vote provided by them. We'll be seeing those each individually on each of the pages as we go through. This is the summary for the commercial areas, et cetera, and then for the commercial corridors. There were 2 additional items which we'll go into more detail, but I wanted to provide them in this same summary. And those were from public input. Those are additional items for council to consider that were not part of what was initiated by council in November. And the reason I want to make that point is that these are additional items that can be considered by you tonight, but they weren't part of the overall public process and what was presented formally at the neighborhood meeting or on the website in those January dates that I presented. So going through each of the items, and I will be happy to stop for any questions if anybody has any along the way if I'm unclear on anything. But we'll start with estate residential. The recommendation was to look at removing the Civic or CIV zoning classification as a compatible future zoning for the estate residential. And as I go through each of these slides, most of the changes that we are discussing are regarding whether or not certain zoning classifications should be considered compatible with these character areas. And then there are a couple that are specific map changes to make adjustments to the character area that those areas are in. So this first one, as I stated, is the removal of Civic from the estate residential character area. As you can see on the slide, the initiation was to remove that zoning classification. The stakeholder committee did recommend approving this, and that's why it was brought forward to mayor and council. Public did support that same change, and then the planning commission did not agree with that change. So their motion wasn't necessarily to deny, but just to kind of keep everything in order, we're referring to that as a denial. There's a second page to the 2-page fold-up in the comp plan for the estate residential character area, and this includes a number of bullets for implementation strategy. The recommendation here was to remove the word typically from the first bullet, and all 3 of the groups, the stakeholder committee, the public, as well as the planning commission, did recommend removing that word. For suburban residential character area, the recommendation was to remove planned residential development, or PRD, as well as Civic from the compatible future zonings. So each of these were voted on separately by the stakeholder committee. They were both recommended to be approved. The public also agreed with removing both of these. However, the planning commission recommended removing PRD, but keeping Civic. So on the second page of that 2-page fold out for suburban residential character area, there is a recommendation to remove typically from the second bullet, and I apologize for the typo in the table at the top. Then there is also the recommendation to remove the 9th bullet because it supports the removal of Civic, as was discussed on this slide. That bullet specifically refers to that. So for the removal of the word typically, that was recommended approval by all 3 groups. The stakeholder committee and the public did agree with removing the 9th bullet. However, because planning commission did not agree with the removal of Civic, they felt that the bullet should remain. For neighborhood residential character area, there is the recommendation to add RS-12 as well as to add RS-30. Just as a point of note, these are actually things that were a part of the draft comp plan as it went through the stakeholder committee process. But at the time when staff recommended the document to go down to the state, we missed some comments that were provided to us by the Stakeholder Committee that this was actually a typo and needed to be corrected. So it was, of course, unanimously approved by the Stakeholder Committee at the meeting in July. And then the public, as well as the Planning Commission, also recommended approval of the addition of RS-12 and RS-30. For the removal of planned residential development, the Stakeholder Committee, public, as well as the Planning Commission, recommended approval of that removal. For active neighborhood areas, the recommendation is to add RS-18, and all three groups supported that. For neighborhood serving area, this is one of the map changes that I referred to. So in this case, the recommendation for the area that's on the left of the screen, that is to keep it as Parkway Village. Right now in the comp plan, it was identified as a neighborhood serving character area, and the recommended change is to put it back as Parkway Village as it actually exists today before the comp plan. The second, which is the item on the right, this is an area that is currently recommended again to be a neighborhood serving area, but it's recommended to change that to industrial flex, which we'll talk about again in a moment, but all of the groups supported both of these map changes. For the commercial mixed use character area, the recommendation was to add residential cottage court, which is RCC. The three groups did recommend approval of this. For removing residential multifamily, or RM3, the Stakeholder Committee and the public did recommend removing these. However, the Planning Commission felt that these should remain in the comp plan as compatible future zonings. And then for removing RX, which is the last item, the Stakeholder Committee and the public did recommend removing that, whereas the Planning Commission felt it should remain. For major activity area, very similar as our previous discussion, we have our add RCC. That was supported unanimously across all three boards as approval. The remove residential multifamily RM3 was recommended to be removed by the Stakeholder Committee and the public, but recommended to be kept in the comp plan by the Planning Commission. And the same is true for the last item, which is to remove RX, and that is to approve by Stakeholder Committee and the public, but to deny by the Planning Commission. There are so many items for this particular thing that it's on 2 slides. So the last 2 items is removing CH, or commercial heavy. The Stakeholder Committee, the public, and the Planning Commission recommended the removal of CH, and the remove IX, same thing, this is industrial flex. All three groups recommended removing them. For the historic area downtown character area, just for consistency, there were no changes recommended. For industrial flex, this is back to that map change that I referred to earlier. The recommendation is we're going to add CX as a compatible future zoning, and all three groups recommended this. And by doing that, then the recommendation is that for the map change, that this area be called industrial flex as rather than be the neighborhood serving area. The second page of the industrial flex foldout includes the insertion of the terms mixed use shall at the beginning of the 8th bullet, and all three groups did support this change. For the Highway 9 character area, again, we have the addition of RCC, residential cottage court. All three groups recommended this addition. For the removal of RM3, or residential multifamily, the Stakeholder Committee and the public did recommend approval of removing this item, whereas the Planning Commission suggested that it remain. And then the removal of RX, or residential mixed use, the Stakeholder Committee and the public did recommend approval of removing this, where the Planning Commission did not. For Parkway Village, this is that map change I referred to earlier. This is an area that has been labeled as neighborhood serving in the comp plan today, and the recommendation is to revert it back to Parkway Village so that it is consistent with the areas to either the east and the west of it. For the Holcomb Bridge character area, the addition of Parkway Village, the Stakeholder Committee, public, and the Planning Commission recommended approving this. Removing of RTH, or residential townhouse, as well as the removal of residential multifamily RM2, the Stakeholder Committee and the public did recommend removing these, whereas the Planning Commission felt that both should be left in the comp plan as compatible future zonings. For conservation and green space, there were no changes. So now on to the additional input that I referred to earlier. There are 2 items. For the first one, this is the area of Arnold Mill Road, Cagle Road, Etris Road, and Cox Road. During the neighborhood meeting, there were several residents who approached staff as well as council members to discuss this item, and the recommendation by staff at that time, because this map change that we're getting ready to discuss was not included in what was initiated by council, that they reach out directly to council to request that this be considered as a part of the amendments. So at the committee meeting on March 15th, we did bring it forward to give council an opportunity to decide whether they wanted to move it forward to tonight, and that was the decision. Just as a quick point of reference, there were 5 emails that I'm aware of that were submitted to or emailed to mayor and council, and we did get copies of those in the planning and zoning department. Those were received from Jennifer Chapman, Brian Chapman, Michelle Tremblay, Brad and Patricia Green, as well as Melanie Camden. The request was to change some parcels that are located in the Cox Road, Cagle Road, and Arnold Mill Road to suburban residential character area. One of these parcels in this area is currently in the neighborhood serving character area, while the remainder of them are in neighborhood residential. For a quick map, this is what was included in the email that came to mayor and council, which included a map of the area. What's surrounded by the blue border is the area they're asking to be changed to suburban residential. The text at the bottom is a part of some of the justifications that they gave regarding their support for why this change should be made. And this was, again, what was presented to mayor and council via email. So just to give everybody an idea of where this is in the overall city, this is the area just to the very north middle part of the city. A point of note is there is one parcel located at 12870 Arnold Mill Road that is not included in the boundary of the recommended change, or requested change. Zooming in a little bit and showing the character areas, this kind of middle blue that you see that the majority of this area is taking up now is the neighborhood residential. Kind of the lighter blue that's off to the west of there is estate residential. And then this blue at the very bottom of the screen, which almost looks a little bit purple in this particular presentation of it, is the suburban residential. And then the tan area that you see is actually the neighborhood serving parcel that I was referring to earlier. The recommendation from the request from the public is that it be changed to suburban residential, which would match the color of that purple that you kind of see towards the bottom of the screen. The second part of the additional input that we were asked to bring forward to you tonight is regarding the removal of IX or industrial flex as a compatible zoning from the Highway 9 character area. So just real quickly, let me go back to the map. So the Highway 9 character area, just as a reminder, is this dark green. This is actually a suggested edit that was brought forward to the stakeholder committee at that July meeting that I referenced. And during that meeting, they did not recommend supporting the change by a vote of 5-6. So the change was not initiated by mayor and council. Therefore, it was not presented to the public or considered by the planning commission. We were asked to bring forward the various uses that are found in the IX or industrial flex use tables and compare those to the other commercial zoning and classifications that are along the Highway 9 corridor, which are commercial mixed use or CX, commercial corridor, CC, and commercial heavy, which is CH. So there's a lot of tables in the next few pages that will show you the various uses that are allowed, whether they're limited, permitted, or conditional use requests. And the entire table has been presented in the packet and on the slides in front of you. I've got highlighted in yellow, when we get to this slide, there are 3 uses that are allowed in IX but are not allowed in the CX, CC, or CH, and those are animal care outdoor, as well as all light industrial. There's a list there that follows below that have a variety of uses that are allowed in the contractor storage, detention center, distillery, microbrewery, and winery. And then the last one is the all warehouse and distribution, which is currently allowed in IX, but not allowed in the other 3 zoning classifications. And then this is the following bits of the table, which don't have anything that is different. And tonight, what we are looking for is a recommendation from council on which of these amendments you would like to transmit in the amended 2040 comp plan to the DCA and the Atlanta Regional Commission, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lenore. Does council have any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. I actually have some comments. So I'd like to actually give some background on this. So basically, there's a state requirement, I believe every 5 years, that the comp plan process is gone through, and because it's a state requirement, it's a law, and there's a deadline. And basically, what ended up happening last year is when we were approaching that deadline, is where there was the discussion to make updates to it, just as had been done 5 years before. But what ended up happening was there was consensus among the previous mayor and council that as soon as the current one that exists today prior to transmitting down. There was agreement that there should be updates, but due to the deadline, the version that ended up passing is what was transmitted down, but there was agreement that we move, that the previous mayor and council make some updates to it, and that's what actually we're seeing here. Is so basically what was walked through started actually not this year in 2022, but in 2021. So that's when the stakeholder committee had gotten together. That's when I believe the public input had started. Did it start in 2021 or start in 2022?
It actually started in 2020.
Oh, wow. Okay, so this has been a long process with a lot of this discussion, and you got to see all the different information on how everybody weighed in. There was in the packet, which is available online for everyone, I think a really helpful spreadsheet, which is packet page 52, which just goes through really the item and then stakeholder committee's recommendation and the stakeholder committee vote, public response and public vote, which had enormous participation, which is great to see from the community compared to typical surveys, et cetera, that we do. So much better participation than typical. And then, of course, the Planning Commission as well. And I definitely listened to that Planning Commission discussion in detail. So this is something where there was an understanding last year that there was certainly need to make updates. That's when actually we have a new community development director, Mr. Gaines. He had actually brought up in Cobb County, this is a common practice, that just really needing to make sure that not waiting the 5-year period to make sure that the comprehensive plan is aligning with really the views of the residents and the views of the community. So definitely appreciated that expertise and in knowing this is a common practice and can certainly be a best practice as well. And I want to get into some really details. What does this mean? So if this mayor and council votes to transmit this tonight, what does that actually mean? So first of all, what I want to make really, really clear is these changes you saw tonight do not change any existing zonings. So if you have an approved zoning within one of these districts that is perhaps changing, it is not in any way changing an existing property. And so, for example, one of the things that might have noticed is there is the Holcomb Bridge corridor, which represents the majority of the east side. And one of the recommendations and discussions there is that standalone apartments would no longer be a choice there. There's obviously a lot of standalone apartments on the east side. In fact, on the east side, there's more apartments than there's more multifamily than townhomes and single-family homes combined. So this does not mean that any existing standalone apartments are going to be changed or impacted in any way. What is the actual change that's going on? It's that term, which is in the comprehensive plan, compatible future zoning. So this is really just updating what is to be shown as compatible future zoning. And so meaning if a new developer wants to rezone their property and change it into something that it's currently different zoning than it is today, this is really just showing expectations of here's what the compatible future zoning is. That being said, just because something is removed or not listed under compatible future zoning does not mean it's no longer available. So even if something's removed as proposed, there's multiple things that are proposed to be removed. If it's removed from compatible future zoning, it does not mean that a developer can no longer request it. Even if it's not a compatible future zoning, a developer can still request it, and mayor and council can still choose to approve it or deny it or approve it with conditions. So I just want to make sure that's very clear. And the big example I think that came up a lot is the one where I felt there were the most questions that I would see were around Civic. So Civic, in some of the residential areas. So that was the one where I feel I saw definitely a number of questions around, even though as we could see, there was certainly a lot of public support. And here's the interesting thing around that is as we look back, not only over my tenure, but even going long before me, some of the actually most controversial rezonings and discussions had actually occurred through Civic in certain residential areas. So this is the opportunity to really show that it's not saying that it is the compatible future zoning, which basically means almost somewhat of a recommended, but reminding you it still is a choice. So it's still absolutely the choice that a developer could request it, and a mayor and council could approve it. But this is just the opportunity to show to the residents and show to developers, here's what's intended. And so I just want to make sure that understanding is clear. And certainly, as I encourage everyone here to certainly give your comments today on what you support, what you agree with, what you disagree with. I also certainly encourage you, even if you're here and perhaps you don't even have an opinion, if you have any questions, if there's anything at all that is not completely clear, then please certainly use your public comment opportunity to ask any questions, and I'd love to see those answered tonight. And then, of course, as always, you can always email the mayor and council, and certainly love the opportunity either for us to get you the answer, or we, of course, leverage our experts to get you the answer as well. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear in the process.
Councilmember Palermo, thank you. I have a question I want to ask you, but before then, I think Councilmember Vanstrom would like to do something.
Yeah, I would just like to take a moment to recognize the fact that there was a group of people who worked overtime as volunteers. Council members invited these folks to join us as stakeholders and help with this process. I don't think they volunteered to work for almost 2 full years when they signed up, and they gave it their all. And they worked extremely hard, extreme commitment that we've never seen before with comprehensive plan work in Roswell. And I'd like them to stand, whoever's here today that worked on the stakeholder, as a stakeholder, please stand and be recognized for all your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom, and thank you, fellow residents, for your service. Other questions or comments from council? I got a question, Mike. So one of the civic groups that I have a vested interest in, that I care about, that I want to see succeed and I want to see grow, and I want to see them acquire more property, and they're surrounded by residential property, is the Cottage School. And I think there's a concern that they may be impacted by this. Can you address that?
Sure. So so let's use that as a test case on what would be the impact to that. So basically, the Cottage School is already zoned as Civic, and therefore this is not affecting any property they have that is already zoned as Civic. If they were to want to expand, then and buy land that is not Civic, then they'd still have the right to request a rezoning. And then what would end up happening is they would see ahead of time that it says that it's not a compatible future zoning, in which case staff would recommend that mayor and council deny the rezoning. And then in which case it would still come to Planning Commission, where Planning Commission would vote if they recommend approval or denial or approval with conditions. And then it would come to mayor and council, and mayor and council would then weigh in to decide and choose if they feel it's right and appropriate to rezone that. And I think what often comes up is, and this actually just in general, I was hearing with some residents asking the question on Civic, they say, oh, in our neighborhood, there's certain civic uses over our dead body would want to see, but there's certain civic uses that actually might be pretty great in our neighborhood. And I responded, I think that's something that mayor and council really likes to weigh in on. The impact to the community, the impact to residents, neighborhoods, et cetera, is very relevant. And if it's something that absolutely the neighborhoods and community is supportive and sees enhancing, I would expect a future mayor and council to want to support that, and vice versa. If it was something that was going to negatively impact a neighborhood, I would expect that mayor and council would, I would hope in the future, certainly protecting the character of the neighborhood. You think that answers?
I think it's a good answer. Let me ask you, because I want to be specific, because I don't want to, for example, the Cottage School is to me an example of whether, and I think some folks are going to talk about the moratorium tonight, and they're going to talk about their beliefs on multifamily housing, and I think the council has a very strong perspective on it. But the Cottage School, for me, is a perfect example. This is me, as a resident, that regardless of, say, for example, with you're for high-density multifamily or you're against high-density multifamily, the Cottage School for me is an example of something that fits the parameters of the kind of growth that the city wants. The impact is highly civic-oriented, it's highly impactful, it highly changes lives. The imprint to the surrounding neighborhoods are small. This is my opinion. Obviously, people could disagree. The acquisition of the property has enhanced the value of the property for the people around them. But most importantly, it's an outstanding civic organization that does a lot of good work, and it represents the city of Roswell really well, and it represents our citizens really well. And so I personally say, like, I think most residents, if they knew about it, would say, well, of course we want that organization to grow if they can, their footprint can grow. But what I'm concerned about is it's like we're going to shut the door on that, and the ability to get over the threshold to get it approved. Like you're saying, hey, you can do it, but it's going to go to Planning Commission. Reality Planning Commission is going to say no in the future. And it's going to be it's going to go to staff. Staff's going to say no. Planning Commission's going to say no. And then by some lucky chance, they might get it on the agenda of the mayor and council. And the mayor and council is probably going to become a contentious issue. And the mayor and council is going to say, yeah, we don't want to touch it. And so that concerns me, big time.
And that's something where I'd say what doesn't concern me is the process is the same either way, in the sense that whether we update Civic within the comp plan or we do not, either way there would still be the same exact process, which is public advertising, which would be neighborhood meeting, which would be planning commission, and which would be the mayor and council meeting. So the process stays the same. And I'd say, if anything, I think another way to address the concerns long-term is Civic is too big of kind of a catch-all. And and Civic really is a lot of things, as I mentioned. I think there's some things that the majority of neighbors would love to see in their neighborhood, and there's a number of things that absolutely would certainly negatively impact the character of our neighborhood. And so I think something this council should consider in the future is potentially to really separate and have different aspects of the Civic, and also I think too what you've mentioned as well. It gives the opportunity to ensure the best possible traffic plans, the best possible just ways to make sure that any update, any rezoning is really a win-win for residents.
Mike, you're always so well stated and well versed and well researched on this. Let me ask you, I think the perspective you bring up on Civic is an interesting distinction and a good distinction. Knowing you're wickedly smart on this, would you be receptive to finding another term that might create a pathway for success for an organization like the Cottage School?
So first of all, I appreciate your generous comments. I'm fortunate that the residents allow me to represent them and work for them, and that has involved a lot of time within the UDC and our comprehensive plan, and always sticking up for and fighting for really just the rights of residents and the protections of neighborhoods. But to directly answer your question, I absolutely would support adjusting how we what we call Civic versus really breaking it out and having it more clear to residents to make sure that things are protected, and just wanting to make sure that there's a right due process in support of great schools, as well as support of neighbors and just the community that they love.
What terminology might you use if you knowing how wickedly smart you are in these matters and how well researched you are, and knowing that Civic is perhaps a nomenclature that you say that's problematic? Is there something that might work?
So I appreciate your generous statements, and I think I'm less concerned with the nomenclature. I'm more concerned with the uses that go within it. So I think I'm really not worried about what this mayor and council or the community would decide we should name the different sections. It's more of, I think, what we need to do at a committee meeting or a work session is just look at Civic, and we look at the long list of things that are allowed within Civic, and then I think we need to discuss, do we need to separate that into 2 different zoning categories, 3 different zoning categories, and really having a resident-focused mindset to make sure we're thinking from a resident standpoint, all right, what really should be lumped together.
So, Mike, if we pass this tonight, if the council passes tonight, what would you say to my friends at the Cottage School?
I'd say no one's zoning changes at all under a comprehensive plan. So anything that's been approved under mayor and council, anything that's in the current zoning code, just that nothing's changed. And again, everyone, for any type, whether it's for Civic or something different, that even with these changes, there's still the same process and the same opportunity to request a rezoning.
So does council have any other questions or comments? Councilmember Hall.
I think Mike said it well. I just wanted to add on to the Civic that this is just the first step, and that we do need to address Civic, because as part of Civic, being part of the kind of bucket that everything was dumped into, you're looking at allowing helicopter landing pads, major utilities, and things like that. And so this is just the first step in addressing this issue.
Councilmember Hall, do you have any recommendations going forward in reference to my question about the cottage school?
This wouldn't affect the zoning that's around them, and I'm not sure exactly what the rest of the zoning is, but at this point, they'd have to come in and request it anyway, a change.
Thanks, Councilmember Hall. Any other comments or questions from council? If there are no other comments or questions from council, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? And if so, come on up one at a time, and when you come up, please tell us who you are, and obviously you're a Roswell resident. Please tell us where you live, and I ask that you limit your comments to 5 minutes. Welcome, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kurt Hilbert. I live at 600 River Bluff Parkway. I first want to start by saying thank you so much for the intro today. It was quite poignant, and I want to thank Mayor and Council for what they did and all of that. It was extraordinary. I want to move on to this issue. Councilmember Blair, I want to thank you so much for the clarification, because as we all know, and as Mr. Davidson will inform everyone, that the comprehensive plan is the governing legal document, the most important legal document governing all zoning in the city of Roswell. So there's a distinction that Mr. Palermo made tonight, that removing these particular amendments does not mean eliminating zoning classifications. And that would be an unconstitutional restriction and alienation of property and so on and so forth. So the clarification this evening that Mr. Palermo made is very important. Also, as a member of the board of the Cottage School, it was kind of interesting that came up as a test case. So the way I'm looking at this, and the way Mayor and Council, I think, is looking at this is a proposal for a preferred zoning use as opposed to changing zoning uses or eliminating zoning uses. So going through the process, the Cottage School should be no different than anyone else, and going through the actual procedural machinations of how to rezone property and so on and so forth. But with those clarifications, I want to thank Councilmember Palermo and the mayor, and state that I'm actually in favor of this with those conditions, that it's not eliminating zoning classifications here. These are just preferred mapping zoning categories and best uses for property. But you can always come before mayor and council to adjust accordingly through proper requests and processes. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hilbert. Lenore, I saw you there. Did you want to make any additional insight, perspective, comments?
Jason and I just wanted to make the clarification that the comp plan is not a legal document, it's a guidance document. The mayor and council is the one who chooses the legal change. So it is a guide that you will be telling the public, this is what we prefer to be the zoning classifications in these character areas, but it doesn't actually have any legal standing. Staff does use it to make a recommendation on whether a project proposal does comply with the comp plan, but it's ultimately going to be the mayor and council who decide whether or not it's a change that they would agree with. And I just
Thanks.
want to make that
Thank you,
clarification.
Lenore. Thank you so much. Anyone else from the public would like to speak on this matter? Please, hi, welcome, Sarah. Please tell us who you are and that you're a Roswell resident and where you live.
All right, Roswell resident. I live in Hamilton Commons. I'm also run a family business, been located here for over 25 years, and I'm currently a part-time doctoral student at the University of Georgia, getting my degree with a focus in city planning. I want to preface this with actually, Mayor Wilson, you were right on the right track with this, because it is a guidance document for the city, and as Planning Department has also reiterated, well, you are absolutely correct. You're not removing the zoning codes at this point in time. You're actually guiding the city based off of what your ultimate goals want to be. So when you do remove these zoning codes from that, you're giving the first indication to your planning department that this is not what we want for this area. So they're going to be your first line of defense. The second line of defense is going to be your planning commission. Planning commission, again, is going to look at that document and say, this is not the intended use. We're going to say no. It's going to take at least 2 to 3 hoops, including rereadings, before they even get to you guys, before y'all can stand up and say, this is a great use for the city. This is what the neighborhood wants. These amendments are incredibly important. I also want to say that Roswell, I mean, this isn't going to come no shock to you what I'm talking about today. Roswell, much like the metro Atlanta area, is currently in the midst of a housing crisis. We're about 90,000 units shy of where we need to be and where housing should be based off population and demand. Based off basic economic principle, when supply is low and demand is high, the price curve is going to shift to accommodate. What that means, prices go up for housing. That's rental housing, that's bought housing, it's every kind of housing. Houses, apartments, you name it. What we're witnessing here in Roswell is an illustration of these economics at work. Mayor Wilson emphasized at the State of the City, actually I was very happy to watch you at the State of the City, it was an entertaining one, this past week, that if you look at the that we should be a family-friendly city. I grew up here in Roswell, I'm here raising my family as well, and I agree with that sentiment. But I want to reiterate that if we remove these multifamily zonings from the UDC, from the comprehensive plan, you're giving the indicator that you do not want to have this type of housing along those corridors. You'll see that if you look at the comprehensive plan as well, there's some benchmarks. We have significantly less young families and young professionals than surrounding areas in North Fulton. That's just North Fulton alone. We also have a higher aging population. When you allow multifamily housing, that actually opens up that area. You're allowed to be able to purchase a home for a first-time home buyer in an area that would probably not be affordable by purchasing a condo or purchasing a townhome that you can then resell and use those proceeds towards a house later on. If you're a member of the aging population, it's easier to maintain a condo or an apartment than it is a house with a yard. And so that's why I wonder why, for our long-term use for these areas and arterial roads that are serviced by transit, where we get the benefits of economies of scale, that we want to reduce those zonings for our future use. Multifamily housing helps solve this issue. It also applies to our renters as well. As housing prices rise, rent prices rise as well. I have several friends who are small business owners, who are young professionals, who are priced out of Roswell and they're currently leaving. That includes Maya Pounds. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She did the free little pantry with like food donations. She also runs a scones business here. She's leaving. She's going to Cobb County. And that's devastating for us because that's a loss to our city. And have you ever asked any of the employees for the city where they actually work or where they actually live and they work here to support our city? I've actually had these conversations with them. Many don't live here because they can't afford it, and those that do live in multifamily housing. So again, when you're reducing these zoning codes for future use, you are indicating to planning commission, to the city, to council, and when council's no longer with us, this is a long governing document, new council, that this is not what we want for those areas. So why are we making it harder for our current residents and our workers to stay? I keep hearing folks say that multifamily housing along these areas cause congestion. That's wrong. It actually says it in the comprehensive plan. Analysis shows that multifamily residents in Roswell are least likely to own a car, more likely to work in Roswell, and that cuts down their commute time. They're more likely to walk, bike, or take transit to work. But more importantly, they're most likely to be Roswell employees as opposed to single-family housing residents. I'm one myself, but I do work here, who commute outside of the city. I also keep hearing the reiterated talking points previously in other meetings that were trying to be like Alpharetta with their zoning code. Roswell has a smaller ratio of single-family homes to multifamily homes compared to Alpharetta. Also Sandy Springs. Alpharetta has 32 large-scale apartment complexes across 27 square miles. Roswell has 30 complexes. We actually have less complexes than they do, and 42 square miles. So we literally they're 2/3 of our size, but they have more apartment complexes than us. Also, Roswell generates an average of $15 million in commercial property tax revenue a year from our apartment complexes, which is our highest value properties. When I asked the City of Alpharetta to learn more about their code with their planning department, they said this was a change made only in 2015. There was no studies to back it. They haven't done follow-up studies, so we don't know what those long-term implications are. And furthermore, the fact that I've actually talked to the dean of my school, who wrote a whole entire book about American zoning, and she has never heard of removing multifamily zoning codes, either from future use or for intended use of a city. That's like throwing away a hammer because you needed a screwdriver today. I think it's incredibly short-sighted on the city to look at the zoning codes this way. I also agree with your purpose on civic codes. You guys need to rework those, because why is a utility defined with a school, to Councilwoman Hall's point? And I hope that you reconsider that for multifamily housing as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. Please tell us who you are and where you live.
Yes, I'm Claire Snedeker, and I'm at 765 Whitehall Way. I mainly, and hopefully the overhead's on, is it where it's ready? Okay. I just wanted to say that I was a member, I am a member, probably still working, on the stakeholder committee for the comprehensive plan. And I mainly want to do a big thank you for all the public input that we got. And it wasn't just the comp plan, it started with the strategic plan, which started a year before that. And we had, it took a large effort by the city, it took a large effort by the community to go to multiple locations, multiple nights, and give what's been some of the biggest levels of public input for the processes we're trying to gather for the strategic plan. So what it gave us was the opportunity to use that input from the public on the strategic plan to focus some of our comprehensive plan efforts. So I just wanted to show this. This is some of the key points of optimism and greatest concerns that came out of the strategic plan process. And again, this gave us some ability to look and help further the optimistic factors that we got as public input, but also focus on the land use concerns under the strategic plan, where development and growth pressures there was a concern about those leading to poor outcomes and increased congestion and pressures on the infrastructure and misalignment with character. This is a high-level input culled out of a lot of feedback, but then it got granular in the strategic plan. So it gave us the ability, and many of these amendments tonight speak into some of these issues that we were focusing on. So I just wanted to point that out, and again, thank everybody for the city for the opportunity for the public input and for the public to speak up. It was in person, it was on surveys, and it was significant compared to prior periods. This is the chart that Council Member Palermo was talking about, and it lists, maybe I can scoot this down. You can see the public vote column there, so that the presentation of this by the staff for putting together the information on the amendments and showing the public input. It was very helpful. So it was a protracted process with a lot of considerations. And I just wanted to show that. That's a really good way to see what the feedback was through the different processes. That's page 52 of the agenda packet for tonight. And the other piece I wanted to talk about, since I have a minute left, 2 minutes, is I wanted to just mention that one of the goals, and there's not a one-size-fits-all on residential zoning for the city, and what we were trying to do, and some of these amendments tonight speak to, is look at those bottom bars. I hope you can read them. Estate residential, suburban residential, neighborhood, active. See how they overlap? What that means is that certain categories of zoning, like an 18,000 square foot lot or a 9,000 square foot lot, would be available in multiple character areas in our city. And I think that's real important, that we're not trying to make a one-size-fits-all and one character area is just a cookie cutter. It's an assemblage of different housing types that are available, and that overlap that you see on the bottom of the chart accomplished that. So that's part of what the amendments were about tonight. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you very much for joining us tonight and for your comments. I got two coming up at the same time. All right. Welcome. Please shares who you are and where you live in Roswell.
Alrighty. My name is Liz Goldsmith, and I live on the east side of Roswell, as Councilman Perlamer described as the Holcomb Bridge corridor. I am a 17-year resident of Roswell. I'm also a 26-year resident of Fulton County school teacher, and I teach at Hillside, which is also on the east side of Roswell. I appreciate Claire bringing up the strategic plan, because I remember dragging my kids and my babies to the adult center to give input on that, and now one of those little children is headed to high school. So I come to you all as a resident, as a parent, and as a teacher. And I can tell you that we are destined for some real problems if we don't address what you're looking to remove from our city right now. I work at Hillside Elementary, where we have shortages of teaching staff, which is also happening at all the Roswell schools. And our young teachers are leaving our schools in Roswell for Alpharetta, for Woodstock, for Cumming, because they cannot afford to live close to school where they teach, where they want to purchase homes, raise their families. In the same aspect, we are losing enrollment. So our enrollment has dropped significantly. If you look at the elementary schools in Roswell, we are going down. Hillside opened in 2000 and had about 5 to 6 fourth grade classes. 20 years later, next year, my youngest, will be a fourth grader. There'll be 2 classes. Why that is something that Sarah touched on, is that our population is aging, and our younger families and people with young children simply can't afford to be here. We don't have the options. Another thing I think hasn't been touched on about the multifamily and mixed-use properties is the income that it generates for the county and the city. The tax base is immeasurable. When I moved up here to Roswell 17 years ago, I moved from Midtown Atlanta. I had an 810 square foot condo on Peachtree Street. I paid more in taxes 17 years ago there than I do in Roswell now in 3,300 square foot house. So the economic possibilities for Roswell in our multi-use and mixed family is that we have more tax base going vertically, which leads to a sense of community. People know each other, they ride the elevators together. I met the lieutenant's family in the elevator coming up today. When we have single family homes where everybody drives down a road, pulls into a garage, and the garage door closes, that sense of community starts to wane. Councilman Palermo talked about leveraging the experts, which I truly appreciate. And thank you to Lenore and the entire planning committee, because I think that your work is arduous and often unappreciated or not nearly appreciated enough. However, in the amendments that you are looking to remove with the mixed use and the multifamily, the Planning Council has consistently denied that in their vote unanimously. So you're saying you're leveraging the experts, yet you're not even attending to their votes. I appreciate the stakeholders that council and mayor have selected to be on that stakeholder committee. However, I do have some concerns about the public input, because I did avail myself to that, but there was no safeguards on that as far as how many times someone could fill out a survey. And I wonder what outreach was made to the communities that you are choosing to limit in the planning. So how many times did people go out to those apartment complexes or mixed family or multi-use to elicit that input from the people that this is actually going to affect? And I understand it's not going to be retroactive, but the people living in those situations and circumstances are the people that would be coming into new places like that. And I think that that's important information for council to get. Just like you said, Mayor Wilson, the Cottage School was close to your heart. Public schools are close to mine. And I really am concerned about the message that council and the mayor representing our city of Roswell are sending to people that do not live in estate zones or in, single family zones, that you are trying to limit their access to our city, which is their city. So I hope that you consider this. If this is not closing the door on those opportunities, then why not leave those in? The projects still have to come before you all to vote on and to decide on any sort of development. Those things don't need to be removed from the code unless you are trying to convey a message that those types of opportunities don't exist in Roswell. And that's not the Roswell that we had options and hopes for. Thank you.
Would you tell me your name again? I'm sorry.
Absolutely. Elizabeth Goldsmith,
Thank-
South Satinwood Place.
Thanks, Elizabeth. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Welcome. How are you?
Hello, how are you?
Hi.
I'm Daryl O'Hare. I live in Arbor Creek, which is about a mile from North Fulton Hospital, where my husband works. I'm coming because I'm concerned that mixed use and multifamily housing, if that is going to be removed, and you did give a good example, Mayor, and I appreciate you bringing up something that's near and dear to your heart, but at the same time, the answer is everybody has to go jump through a bunch of extra hoops. I think that's the answer that I heard, is that down the line, maybe somebody could get there. But if you're working from a nonprofit organization, or if you're working with public schools, you're working with anything that is civic-minded in that particular case, not with housing, then those extra hoops are extra money and extra resources, community volunteer groups that would have to come in and try to convince you of something that is, generally speaking, an automatic no if we remove something or we change it. I am very concerned about not having enough housing, and where I live is a perfect example of, we have apartments very close, within a mile of my house, townhomes. I live in it's a 95 homes on some of what we would call the smaller residential lots. It's, I think, no more than a quarter acre per lot. Most homes, mine is a 2,400 square feet. Just this year, and just this past week, one of the houses sold, was listed at $625,000 and sold at $760,000. And without resources, these are great for somebody who's selling their house, but that's an overinflated price for a property that is existing already within the areas that a lot of times when y'all talk about the character, I live in the character that has all the things. We've got a hospital, we've got the CVS, unfortunately we have the racetrack now where the bank was, but we've got car dealerships, everything around me, and it all works. And I think that when we start talking about what are we trying to keep out and what are we trying to plan for the future, I feel like we're not really talking about being a community and understanding if you want a workforce here, they're not even going to be able to buy in my house. And I am this month in my house 24 years. I am from Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm a lifelong Georgian. Prices are going through the roof because the availability is not there. And so we have to start thinking about how are you going to have your workforce live and work close enough so that you can make it. I don't want my neighborhood to be some crazily unaccessed place when it's sitting next to 2 Title I schools. And I just think that needs to be, I put all my input in the surveys at the time, but I just wanted to say that is a huge concern for me, that if we're taking something out and creating extra hoops for people, which people are we creating the hoops for? And I would like any one of you to answer, who are these hoops designed for? Thank you.
Councilmember Carol, thank you. Carol, Carol, would you like to stay up? Because I think Councilmember Palermo was going to answer your question.
So I just
Sorry,
wanted-
I didn't know if I have to leave or what.
No, you don't have to leave. Well, you asked a good question, and I think we try to engage in honest dialogue.
So, and I've heard a lot of great points and great discussion from you and everyone tonight, and I plan on addressing hopefully almost all of it tonight. But the just 2 clarifications I wanted to give, and one is a direct question, is the process doesn't change at all. So the hoops, if each step is considered a hoop, whether these changes go in place or these changes do not go in place, it's still the same exact process that a developer would have to submit an application. And then there'd be a neighborhood meeting, there'd be a planning commission meeting, and then there'd be a mayor and council meeting. That is the same number of steps, same number of hoops for the things, whether something's removed or not removed. That's one thing. The other clarification I want to give, I heard multiple speakers mention apartments or multifamily and mixed use. Mixed use is not at all being removed in any one of these items, in the sense that every single item that allows mixed use today is going to continue allowing mixed use. This is purely for standalone apartments, which I think there's a lot of examples out there that are just not as sustainable as mixed use. And frankly, that's where it was brought up that I do strongly believe Alpharetta is doing a great job by really focusing on mixed use instead of the standalone apartments, which create less walkability, less sustainability, et cetera. But again, I just wanted to clarify, so there's nothing here is addressing mixed use. It's only if it's just a property that's going to be 100% apartments.
May I reply?
Carol, would you like a follow-up question?
Yes, so I came to a meeting before when we were talking about eliminating the possibility of the commercial zones, I think, so that, or it was 2 meetings ago, I think, I spoke that one. And standalone apartments, to some extent, that zoning is actually a possibility in some areas, and it might be good if it's served. For example, since I live on the pretty much the Alpharetta Highway corridor, if you had a standalone apartment and there were all the different services around that apartment, that still makes it available then for that person to walk to have their coffee, to go, they can go down to Pop's, the independent coffee shop, you can go and buy a car, you can go to the hospital, you can go to your CVS. All those things are already available. So if you actually eliminate that standalone potential, you are then saying a certain type of mixed use is, I'm thinking that that's the only thing. And I said at the other meeting is that our Habitat for Humanity particular parcel that is off of Hembry Road would not have been built if we had taken this perspective.
And in theory, I certainly think that's in theory, that makes a lot of sense. In practice, unfortunately, it's not what we've seen in Roswell. And frankly, again, I think Alpharetta has done a really good job by having that in the code and by pushing for the mixed use has created that not only in theory, but in actuality at all times it's working out. But I completely understand the sentiment. I appreciate the discussion.
I appreciate it.
Carol, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Welcome. Please share with us who you are and where you live in Roswell.
I'm Lauren Fields, and I live at Liberty Square, and I am one of the lucky people that has a pocket park in my neighborhood, and it has access to Big Creek. So could not be more excited than what I'm seeing going on. Of course, I'm the one that's calling the EPA beaver outsmarted because I've seen changes for the 20 years I've lived there. But I do see what's going on now as the extension of the Alpharetta Greenway to the Roswell Greenway. And having just walked the Beltline, the Atlanta Beltline yesterday, it's amazing the vitality you get when you make green space available. And that's going to be Alpharetta Greenway. Roswell's thing is going to be, if it turns out that way, Atlanta Beltline, where I do see high-density housing. I do see the EPA saying, 150 yards is a minimum back from the water. There's just so much there, but I think the big thing I'm trying to get to first is green space. When the 2020 plan came out, I felt we were overbuilt, and many people would agree that we were built out. And that means land for land. So if somebody comes in and builds a new development, then if they're clear taking land that's not being redeveloped, that's already existing, then they owe Roswell green space from a developed area back to green space so that Roswell becomes more green. I mean, I don't know, I'm very strong about it, But I do think we're built out. I think we're overbuilt. And I think that if you want to make it viable, you have to include a way to get around that's more attractive to the high density, because everything she mentioned was very relevant, except she didn't mention a park. She didn't mention about walking on Alpharetta Highway, which is another thing. But I think my biggest point to start would be green space. Where is it? Because there was no changes. If you could address that, I think we're built out, and I'd like to see land for land, and developers have to negotiate their own stuff. I realize they try to think about putting money together to build things, make it profitable, all that. So I have a couple of minutes left. The thing with Verizon from 2007, that was part of 2020. So, I mean, I would welcome Verizon because I would like to see autonomous cars, and Verizon's could be a provider that's bringing that high-speed internet to make things like that happen. But the way they proposed that site, even their second time, was not acceptable. 50% decimal at the end of their property line is not okay. I mean, either they should put those noisy machines in the front of their building so the neighbors are not getting it, or just not use that land and go somewhere else and find a better location in Roswell, because it is land for land. And like somebody said, that was his park. That's how I felt about the area behind Liberty Square. I mean, there was a kindred spirit with green space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am, welcome. Share with us who you are and where you live in Roswell. And thank you for bringing the comment card out. I've failed to, so when you come up, fill a comment card. We'd love that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marla Curitan. I live I need to say my address, right? 295 Tyson Circle, so I live in East Roswell. I've lived in Roswell about 15, 16 years. I'm just gonna speak today just as an average resident. I usually like to deal with a lot of data, but Sarah did a masterful job of giving a lot of points that I would want to emphasize, as well as Liz speaking from the standpoint of a teacher and many other people. So I'm going to take a step back, and I want to talk at a higher level as it relates to multifamily. This is also because I think sometimes these discussions that happen can feel heavy with legal jargon and hard to follow. And so I don't want to add on to that. As it relates to multifamily, I live in a single-family home in a nice subdivision. But my husband and I chose Roswell for a reason. We chose it many years ago because of the diversity that you can find here. We chose it because we wanted our daughter to grow up in a certain environment. She attends Centennial High School right now, and I'm very happy about that, even though I know that many people in here would have different opinions about Centennial High School. In general, I would like to see Roswell leadership stop being part of an oppressive, negative stereotyping process that exists as it relates to apartment dwellers. It is well known that many of you in front of me actually believe that apartment dwellers and apartments represent a stain on Roswell, if you will. It's well known. I'm just going to be very transparent about that. We need that to change. Apartments may not be part of what you and others envision for Roswell, but it's a reality. It's part of Roswell. I need our leadership to change its mindset as it relates to apartments, change your language, stop marginalizing a large portion of the Roswell community because they feel it. Start embracing all of Roswell's citizens. That's the best thing for our future. I'm going to end with a little story that happened a couple weeks ago as I was helping chaperone a Centennial High School outing that my daughter went on. There was an outing, and I was driving home an SUV full of Centennial students, Roswell teenagers. The first few stops were subdivisions, single-family homes, very nice, kids got out. Then I had to drop off a young woman who lives in an apartment complex off Old Alabama, not far from where I live. And as we drove into the apartment complex, I asked her which way I should go, and she asked me to stop there, and her voice was cracking, and she said that she was embarrassed by where she lived, and she didn't want us to go in and see where she lived. My heart broke. I felt so ashamed to be part of a culture that makes young people feel that way about where they live. It's shameful. She got out of the car, she walked, we followed her in the SUV to make sure she got home safely. But I want you to understand, the divisive, toxic language that has been used to talk about apartment dwellers has seeped down and is impacting our young people. It needs to change.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Janet.
Good evening. First of all, thank you for the recognition of our wonderful veteran, Major Sundling. She's my neighbor. And to Officer Ruff. It was a nice show of support for our community. I moved here 49 years ago, 2 weeks ago. And I had 2 requirements when I moved to Roswell from San Francisco. This was like whiplash. The Civil Rights Act had been passed about 7 or 8 years before, so it was quite a different place from where I grew up. I had 2 requirements. I needed to live in a city that had a high school with its name on it, and I needed to live on the bus route. I didn't realize I was going to spend my whole life here, and the bus route is a great asset. But back then, nobody used the bus. Oh, no. So I live in a really interesting neighborhood. There are 17 houses built in the 60s, brick ranch, small, lights of trees now. House on the corner was built in 1850. The house right across the street, on the same street, was built in July. It sold for $1.2 million before it was even half constructed. Right across the street. See, I live in a real neighborhood, unlike all the other speakers who live in probably more subdivisions. We have houses from the 30s, and 2 Habitat for Humanity houses are on my street, and we welcomed them 20 years ago. 2 weeks ago, one of those Habitat houses went up for sale. And in 1 week, it sold for $450,000. A Habitat for Humanity house with no carport, no garage, no basement, no nada. But it's a cute little house. It cost about $20,000 to build it, I think. I also live in the corridor that's between the river and the square, which is 1.2 miles, and I counted, we have over 1,000 residences, not humans. We have apartments built in the 60s down at the river. Behind it, we have Riverwalk condominiums, were built in the 80s. We have River Mill condominiums. We have now the new condos at Canopy, which are going up for, I think, 600,000 or 700,000, and I love it when they say low 700s. There's nothing low about 700. It's kind of an oxymoron. I love that, and I also love that they called it Canopy because they completely clear-cut all the trees to call it Canopy. Irony is not lost on this English major. We have some shops. We have a bus route, which, as you know, I'm a real passionate proponent of public transit and probably know more than everyone in this room collectively about transit. I've served on transportation committees, and what I say is, Roswell is a unique city because it's been growing up, putting on its big boy pants for almost 75 years. Other cities were nothing but dirt, like Alpharetta. It was just, when I moved here, 500 people lived there and it was dirt. They created their downtown and there's lots of subdivisions. Yes, they may have more apartments, but I listened to a very important discussion yesterday about what's going on with housing in America in general. And what we're seeing now are the ripple effects, the high cost of the complete housing meltdown that happened in 2008 and 2009. And don't think we're not seeing it. And we're also seeing a shortage of supplies, so builders are not building houses when they have to wait 6 months for a door. Don't think it's not happening. Remember, there is a world bigger than the one you live in. I have a pretty big world view of things, and I probably know more diverse cultures in this town than, again, anyone in this room, and I challenge them. No, I don't have a PhD, but I have one in living. And I reach out to everyone in my community. I've always said we don't have enough affordable housing, but it's the market, unfortunately, it's really sad, it's the market-driven thing. We live in a market-based economy right now. One of the things they're discovering is that investment companies are coming in and buying up homes and inflating the prices so that the human beings who actually want to buy a home and live in it can't afford it because the investment companies need to answer to their stockholders. And they're just wanting to make big bucks. And when you stop seeing property, when you see property as a commodity rather than a place to build community, you're screwed. So I will say that, yeah, it's really sad. I couldn't afford to buy my own house today. I'm your grandmother. No. But again, I still live on the bus line and I didn't move. My house is 1,300 square feet, no basement. You can't use the attic except if you pull up the pull-down stairs. And it has a garden. And I walk around places, and I can walk to the corner. I walked here today because my car was in the shop, 2 miles. It was okay. It's a little dangerous because we still have no sidewalks, 49 years. I was told I wasn't patient enough. I don't want a highway named after me in my memory. I want it named after me in my honor. Sidewalks, please. So when you consider multifamily homes, there's nothing wrong with them. I grew up in the Bay Area. Hey. They're everywhere, but those are now $5,000 each. I suggest that you take a look at the big picture. I would also ask anybody that has spoken to tell me which subdivision they live in, because they don't live in a neighborhood like mine.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
I got my car fixed. Oh, okay. Ta-da, but thanks.
Welcome, Scott. Please share with us your name and where you live in Roswell, and thanks for bringing up the yellow comment card.
Yeah, I'm Scott Long, and live in 1055 Martin Ridge Road. To answer Janet's question, in Martin's Landing, we have apartments and condos in our neighborhood, same HOA. We all share the same amenities and everything, and we do well. So I'm a big advocate of high-density, livable, walkable, mixed-use projects. I've spoken in this spot in favor of several of them, including one on Hill Street that was described as the highest density project ever in Roswell. Spoke in favor of that and some others. So looking at some of these amendments, it looks like the biggest one people are talking about are the RM categories and where they should be in the comp plan, which really also seems to mirror the intent statements in the UDC. And so looking at RM, it looks like we allow RM Highway 9 North, Highway 9 South currently, Holcomb Bridge East, and we actually do not allow RM on Crossville Road in the Parkway Village character area. So I think we need to do one of two things. We either need to add the RM categories to Crossville so that it's balanced through all 4 corridors of the city, or we need to balance it out by removing the RM from Holcomb Bridge. And I think we need to do one of those 2 options, because right now the UDC and the comp plan, there's an old term from the 70s and 80s called not in my backyard, which the original definition was, I support this as long as it's not in my backyard. And right now our UDC says, on behalf of Crossville Road, we support RM as long as it's not in anywhere near Crossville. So we should resolve that somehow. There are many ways to do it. Add it one place, remove it another. But keep in mind, a lot of words about eliminate multifamily. We have 7 other zoning categories that are multifamily, in addition to the RM that we're talking about. NX, neighborhood mixed use, is a multifamily. CX, commercial mixed use, multifamily. SH, shopfront mixed use, multifamily. CC, commercial corridor, is multifamily. CH, commercial heavy, where Sun Valley is, that's multifamily. OR is multifamily. IX, industrial flex, multifamily. We have many, many multifamily categories in addition to the RM that we're talking about that are not up for any change whatsoever, so they will still be there. And then, when you look at how RM is implemented compared to the 7 or 8 categories that I just listed. There are also the other multifamily categories. Despite the kind of dreamy descriptions, the way that the RM gets implemented is really a way to isolate people from our amenities in the city. They are standalone. They are separated in many cases. For example, behind the Target in East Roswell, they were fenced off. The residents could not even get to the Target. There was a sign, don't come to the Target, you have to drive. If you want to come, you can't walk here. Along with, you are being videoed. So, and if you wanted, and because they are, the nature of the uses allowed in RM, they can't even provide any amenities for their residents of a commercial nature. So you build something in RM, the owner sees a bunch of families move in and says, hey, let me build a daycare for these kids so that maybe some people working at home can have a break. It's not allowed in RM, even though it's allowed in these 8 other multifamily zoning categories of Roswell that are still completely viable and not being touched in this discussion. So I think that, again, we need to balance between Crossville and everywhere else. If we think it's valid, we should add it to Crossville. If we think it's not, we should remove it. But keep in mind that we are not removing multifamily. That's not what this is describing, because it leaves so many multifamily categories around. There's also some mention in there from Planning Commission about suggesting adding residential cottage court to these character areas, and I do support that change that they have suggested. Residential cottage court is a for sale product that is at least potentially has a possibility of being affordable because of the limited size and the shared space, so that the yards don't have to be as big as they share a yard. I would encourage y'all to consider that recommendation from Planning Commission to add it. And yeah, thanks for your time.
Hey, Scott, can you stay up for a minute?
Yeah.
I think you bring some good points up, particularly, I think just from a long-term perspective, and my guess is that we're going to have lots, every time a zoning issue comes up, and any time there's any description of anything around multifamily, we're going to have lots of people come up and say, you're against apartments, you don't want apartments. And I don't think that those people have been listening to the council and mayor truly about how they've been describing the vision for the city. Because I think you make a good point. Like, one of the things we said very clearly was basically 35% of the housing in Roswell is rental. And the vast majority of that is garden-style apartments, standalone apartments. And to your point, most of those people don't enjoy a lot of amenities from the city. They don't enjoy the same lifestyle that many of us enjoy in the city. And what we've said was we did not wish to become a city of 200,000 people. We didn't want to wish to become, and I'm going to ask you a question, so I'm not firing at you. I'm not shooting at you, please no. But I think it's interesting that you said, like, hey, why don't you do it in Crossville or don't do it anywhere? And I think you're going to see us, because I think we're going to have a lot more meetings like this, because the council has a very clear direction, I believe, in the sense that they are not interested in building high-density, multifamily, standalone, new development projects in the corridors. They have said that they are very receptive with a plan to build mixed-use projects with true pro-rata shares of O&I, retail, mortgages, i.e., and then multifamily. And they've been very clear that they would do that, and that's as long as it's part of a plan in terms of new development. There has been no suggestion by anybody, anytime, any place, anywhere, to suggest that, and particularly as we redevelop, and the goal is to become an aspirational city, a continuing aspirational city. The issue that Janet brings out so well is that Roswell has already participating in affordable housing much more than most of our sister cities, with the exception of Sandy Springs to the south. dramatically more so than I would say our sister cities. So I think it's a misnomer to say that Roswell's not participating in it. Roswell's participated in historically. Roswell's the only city on the north side of the North Fulton cities that has a housing authority, that participates in a housing authority. Roswell's long participated in affordable housing. So I reject the claim that there's people up here that are anti-apartment or being put any kind of emphasis against apartments. A city does have the right to clear its own destiny in terms of how it wants to grow and how it wants to build out. And so if the city says, look, we don't want to line up new apartments, standalone apartments along our corridors, we don't think that's in the best interest of our city strategically long-term in terms of aspirational values, that's not an invalid response. That's not hostile. The cities and this same leadership's also saying, look, we are willing and will do with the proper planning, and that's what the city council's doing right now, is to say we will do mixed-use projects, true high-density mixed-use projects, but they got to be planned, they got to be intentional. But I really appreciate your perspective, Scott, in saying, look, and I think that's what if we're not saying it very clear, I apologize, because I think your point's well taken. Hey, man, you're not going to do it in Crossville, then why are you saying you're doing it on 92 and 140, basically? And I agree with you, and I think the council agrees with you. And so I want to say to our fellow residents is, and I have a feeling, we're going to have same 5 or 10 people are going to come up here and bust their chops every time about, hey, we're anti-apartment, we're anti-apartment. We're not anti-apartment, anything but. But the apartments are not part of the long-term strategic growth of the city. There are some cities who make a decision to say, we're going to be high-density, standalone, multifamily apartments. That's how we're going to grow. This city, Roswell, is not going to grow that way. We already have a significant proportion of garden-style apartments, standalone single-family units, and we are not trying to upset that apple cart. That doesn't mean, though, that because we don't want to add more, that we're bad people and then we're anti-apartment. We just don't think it's in our best interest. But I appreciate your perspective, because what I hear, Scott, is we're not being clear on that. We're not being clear on that on the RM piece in terms of the corridors, if I heard you correctly. Did I hear you right on that?
Well, I would say that I understood what you're trying to accomplish. And so I was not confused. I did not think that you were trying to eliminate apartments. In fact, I was kind of reiterating that was not the case, since there are 7 or 8 other categories that are not even being mentioned that are multifamily.
You made a good point, though. You said, hey, but REM's not part of Crossville, the Parkway Village, right? Which you're right. Like, it's just taken off the table. But it sounds like we are maybe not being as clear about not taking it off the table in some other places. And I said, because this has been part of the campaign, I know I've said it clearly. I've said it to both people who supported me and didn't support me. Guys, I'm not going to support new standalone multifamily development in the corridors, but I will support mixed-use, high-density projects that are part of a 20-year plan in 4 economic pods. That's definitely not anti-apartment. And recognizing that that is part of our growth pattern. So I don't know if I did a good, I think I did a terrible job of answering your question. And I'm sorry for torturing you up here, and, so my apologies, man, sorry.
That's all right. It gives me time to cool off.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Thank you, Scott. Yes, ma'am, welcome. How are you? Share with us who you are and where you live in Roswell.
Lisa Stamey. I live at 1160 Martin Ridge Road and Martin's Landing.
Would you say again? I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Lisa Stamey, 1160 Martin Ridge Road and Martin's Landing.
Welcome, Lisa.
So you just said that you're not against apartments. You just...
That's correct.
That's not the way that you want to grow, okay? So I'm going to ask you this.
Yes.
Why is it that Roswell, you can't build a quadplex or triplex or duplex? We have all these homes, have all this land, but you can't decide, hey, I would like to tear down this house that's old and needs to be rebuilt. Why can't I build a duplex so that my children can live next door to me and we can live on the same property that we've always lived on? Because we don't do that, because that's not single-family living. And I've talked to people who do consulting for this for a living, and it's just like apartments everywhere else. Not my backyard, not my backyard, not my backyard. My household is a 3-generational household, right? I have a 78-year-old dad who lives with me. I have an 18-year-old daughter who lives with me. I have a great piece of property. I also have a house that was built in 1971. So if I wanted to, I have plenty of land. I could build a house that all of us could kind of have our own space. I don't have my own space. I don't have a basement. I don't have any of those things. But I can't do that because you guys don't have those coatings either. So you don't allow standalone apartments, but you also don't let families build housing that all of their families can live together in their own house. The only way they can do it is within shared common space. Well, we have opportunities in the United States with different zoning that you could do other things, but that's not on your table either. So my question is, if you're gonna nix out so many other things and you're not gonna follow the experts on what they say should and shouldn't be done, then maybe you should think outside the box and bring them some new things to put into their toolbox of things that can be done, right? That we have the opportunity to change things up. I understand that we live in a neighborhood that has an HOA, and believe me, there are times when I love an HOA and times I don't love an HOA. But at the same time, I understand that if I lived in an HOA and I had those things and I had to be within the parameters of the HOA within inside the city, there's like all kinds of safeguards. So why don't you guys put that kind of stuff on the table too? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Erin Bromley, and I live also in Martins Landing. And I just wanted to speak a little bit about some of the points regarding the public input, which is something that it bugs me every time I hear, people pro and con. And I'm just going to read you some results from a study from Catherine Einstein from Boston University, who studied dynamics of public input meetings. So I'm just going to read from it. I hope it's not too dry. The context of these neighborhood meetings and public input matters. Most people who care about equity and affordable housing are troubled by the way that neighborhood meeting practices operate in privileged suburbs. In cities, amplifying voices of renters in our communities to stop important institutions from getting bulldozed to serve interests, it seems on its face to be good, but what will happen in practice is that even in less privileged places, these neighborhood meetings are actually amplifying more privileged voices. We studied a variety of disadvantaged places and what the dynamics of these meetings look like. The principles that hold in more affluent communities still play out in these less privileged places. You still hear from voices that are overwhelmingly opposed to new housing. The voices that are heard are much likely to be homeowners, white and older. Why is this happening? There's two different things going on. The first is a well-trod story in political science research, which is that people who have more resources are more likely to participate. This disparity goes up when it's a costly form of participation. For example, costing a lot of money, like donating to a candidate, but also a lot of time. Think about meetings that last 3 hours on a Tuesday night. You have to have a job schedule that allows for somebody to show up in those meetings and participate consistently. You have to have childcare coverage. You have to have transportation. And all those things are going to privilege older and homeowners, people in the community. So I just want to make sure that when you think about these things, we need to think about everybody as a whole. Some people cannot, unfortunately, like these people who participate in all this, which is great, but think about it, that's 2 years that some people with young children or with a job that is demanding, a service job that doesn't allow for time off, cannot participate. And their input is also important. And so that's one thing. The last thing I want to say is I clearly remember seeing people holding signs during the election that said no apartments. And I remember getting mailers from people who were running on that specific platform. So, what maybe, you're changing your mind about the amount of, multifamily and other, duplexes, townhomes, et cetera, that are going to be allowed in Roswell. I know that some people during the last election ran on it. And so, just remember, if you change your mind, it's fine, it's great, but it did happen. So, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, can Councilman Baxter ask you a
Yeah, I
question?
just have a quick question. Thank you for that sharing all that with us. First of all, I would just like to know and I really think you have an opportunity here to help us. How can we make public meetings and be more available and to help you in getting more public input? We have after hours where we're trying to accommodate the working people. We have online so that you can go online and you can answer all these surveys. So please take advantage of your time and let me know what more we can do.
You have to go and ask them. A lot of times people are not just gonna go and do it unless you're being asked. I mean, that's it. If you're not seeing response for a certain area of the city, or certain groups, or certain socioeconomic levels, or certain schools, areas, go and ask them, why are you not participating? Sometimes that's all that's all you need. And then we'll go like, sure, I'll help. Ask them, why didn't you come? Was it because you didn't have childcare? Was it the time? Ask them. Was it hard to fill out the form on the website? Do you have reliable broadband? You have to go to them. They're part of our community. And people like us, we're here on a Monday night where we could be watching Netflix or whatever, because it's our hobby and we like to do these things, But not everybody is like that, and yet everybody is affected by it. So if you don't
I appreciate that, because we're working very hard on communication, and it's one of the top priorities we have, and that input is very, very helpful, and I appreciate
But yeah, and you do have a lot of communication. I appreciate it. I mean, your website's great.
We need to be
have all
better.
the stuff, but it has to. If you don't see that the people are responding, go and ask them.
And the second follow-up, I'd like to just clarify, I am one of those candidates who ran on no standalone apartments.
Mm-hmm.
And I took about 67% of the vote of those who voted. So I have a lot of residents that I'm representing who were also very opposed to standalone apartments for a variety of reasons. And I haven't changed my mind on that, and I'm not anti-apartments. I'm very much in favor of mixed development and mixed use that allows for apartments in this city. And I just want to clarify that.
Okay, and one thing though, unfortunately, and this is, speaks not well of all of us, but it was a municipal election and the turnout wasn't as, higher as it could have been, and it's not our fault.
Aaron, it was the biggest municipal
but,
election in Roswell history.
I mean, it's usually much lower, and, not everybody votes, but there's people who don't vote, and yet they are residents and pay taxes, right? Yeah, like I used to be a green card holder. I couldn't vote, but I was still, bought my first house as a green card holder. So,
Aaron, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming back up, too. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. How are you? Please share with us who you are and where you live. Good to see you.
Alan Sells. I live
Alan.
on the bleeding edge of Roswell, all the way on the far east side. I've had the good fortune of living in an apartment in Roswell and having 3 different houses in Roswell. Been here. When I moved to Atlanta, there was Darlington people meter was about 1 million people. When my parents drove out to see Horseshoe Bend, I thought we were going to Chattanooga. I couldn't believe it. It was like the edge of the earth. So Atlanta has been moving out for a long, long time. And to my friend who says that y'all are not available, I think I was at least 4, maybe 5 different events this last election cycle. Horseshoe Bend has 2,600 has 1,200 homes, so let's say 3,600 people. There might have been 15 or 20 at each of those, the 4 that we went to. So, these guys are available. You got to get out. I'm sorry you can't vote. There's lots of ways to vote too. But that you heard the voice of the people. They voted these guys in, and for that very reason. So, and by the way, you know, inflation in the United States is outrageous. Prices are going up, no question about that. But the question is, what is Roswell going to do about it? Are we going to hold the sea back with a rake? Is that our job? There is lack of affordable housing. There's no doubt about that. But that's not just a Roswell problem. That's a national problem. These prices are absolutely going up. There's no question about it. And since I moved to Atlanta, people have been moving out further and further from Atlanta for that very reason. This is just more of that. So yeah, we are concerned about the number of apartments in Roswell and the congestion on Holcomb Bridge. But look, this is not just a Roswell problem on the cost of housing. It is a national problem. And it's not going to, how much and how affordable should we build? How much should we build? And how much should it be? Should it be free? What should it be? That's the question.
Thank you, Alan. Yes, sir. We don't know you, so you can definitely identify who you are, and definitely you're not a Roswell resident, so I don't know if he'll allow you to speak.
Would you like to see my ID?
No, okay. Go ahead. Please tell us who you are and where you live. Thank you, sir.
I'm Jason Yowell, 5010 Old Oak Trace. I'd like to echo what the last speaker just said, and that is that the housing crisis and the affordability issue is nationally driven. It's a function of national fiscal policy and incredibly regressive tax policy. You know, I'm one of the people who benefits from it. It's not good, it's not bad, it is what it is. But the fact of the matter is, here in Roswell, there's a limit to what we can do in terms of social engineering to compensate for those injustices that are beyond our immediate control. You could say, hey, we're gonna have single-use, high-density residential zoning. It's not going to alter, it's not going to move the needle much. And it's not going to be beneficial to the city of Roswell. Right now, yes, the real estate market, the hottest part of the market is multifamily. And just because that's the hot part of the market and there's such demand for rental housing doesn't mean we should say, well, let's just let it rip at any cost. What we need to do is to be smart. And I think that's what you're doing, because we can let that demand for the multifamily housing drive the development of mixed-use development. Mixed-use developments will, in the long term, yield better economic results for the city because it broadens the tax base. It broadens the dynamic nature of the city. Single-use, high-density residential just doesn't do that. It's a sugar high, but the long-term effects are not beneficial. Building apartments and developing land responsibly don't have to be mutually exclusive endeavors. The mixed use has got to be what it takes to bring multifamily development. Multifamily development by itself, it's not going to work for us. And there's no amount of housing that the city of Roswell could produce to have a measurable impact in the region on affordability. We're too small. It may feel good to say, oh, let's do affordable housing, but you know, that's the academics and the people who are making emotional appeals aren't living in the real world. It just doesn't work that way. And you guys are doing what it takes to find that balance. You can't be all things to all people, but you have to be as responsible as you can to the greatest number of people. And the election was pretty decisive. The people spoke very clearly, and now we have people who go, well, I don't like the results. Well, that's not how it works in America. We had an election. We didn't have a close election. We had decisive results. And you guys are doing what you need to do based on those results. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yao. Good evening, Sally. How are you? Please share with everybody who you are and where you live.
I'm Sally McKenzie, and I live at 47 Goulding Place in Roswell. And I'm going to circle back around to the Civic, taking Civic out of estate and suburban residential. But I did just want to say one thing. I'm just so impressed with in the past couple years. My take on it, and actually the numbers back this up, community engagement has increased so much. The elections, citizen input into the comp plan and other surveys. We need to continually work at making sure everybody knows that they have an opportunity to speak up and be heard. But I think the city's doing an exceptional job. I feel like I'm quite sure I received mailers on several occasions, not only advertising the opportunities to come, which are definitely, which some people are not able to do, but also to participate online. And so I welcome any other methods there are to increase citizen input. I'm all for it. I'm just curious to know what they are. I just want to say I think you guys are doing, and the city is doing a great job. So, but back to the comp plan and the Civic, with regards to taking Civic out of estate residential and suburban and the related concerns there. This is confusing to me, and I'm assuming confusing to a lot of the public, but estate residential and suburban residential are character area designations in our comp plan, which is a document that is guided, driven, formulated from and articulated. It's citizen input that is articulated, and hopefully our zoning and the city actions and the actions of city council back up the comp plan because it is citizen driven. The UDC, the designation of the civic district is in our UDC, it's in our zoning code. So those are two different things. And it appears to me that right now they butt heads. And some of the things you all were talking about earlier just actually took some of the words off of my pages. But the civic designation in the UDC is so super broad. It includes everything, and I'll put it on here if this is set up. In the UDC, the civic designation includes, there you go, so much. It is like it's the district dumpster, I guess. Everything that doesn't fit anywhere else goes into civic. So it's got everything from poultry farms, places of worship, helicopter pads, government buildings, cell towers, schools, and so much more, all in one designation. And some of these things might fit just fine in a neighborhood character area. Other things, not so much. But what we're doing right now is, with all of these things in one designation, if a rezoning comes up, if an applicant requests a rezoning, they are going with the civic parameters, which may not match the character area, or they may not match the character area parameters. So in other words, if if a school, or I'll say if a place of worship wants to come into a residential character area, under the civic designation, they're allowed to start with the parameters that are in that civic designation, which might mean 10-foot setbacks. Whereas in a residential area, typical setbacks, designated setbacks, are 35 feet or something like that. So they're asking for a civic rezoning and then coming in with a different set of parameters that aren't necessarily in keeping with what is around them. And that creates a problem. So a suggestion, in my opinion, would be to go with something similar to what Alpharetta is doing. Did I write it down? Their closest civic designation is called special use, and it includes government buildings, schools, and social. This is a generalization, but like social venues, like amphitheaters. It does not include places of worship as a part of it. It is a conditional use. But where the places of worship are included, or they're just conditional uses. So in a residential area, if a church wants to build in a residential area, they're starting with the parameters that are in that residential area. Oh, okay. So what I'm trying to say is, if we can separate out some of the uses from civic and let them be conditional uses or create a different zoning category, then it'll end up being more complementary to area character. Thank you.
Thank you, Sally. Before you walk up, can I ask a show of hands, how many more people want to speak on this subject tonight? 1, 2, can we keep them up for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anybody else? 5? Okay. And just out of curiosity, who are speaking? Show of hands up if you're in opposition to the. Hand, are you in opposition? Are you? Sally, for example, last was not in opposition. Yes, sir. Tell us who you are and where you're from. Welcome.
I'm John Evans, and I live in Horseshoe Bend on 4th Fairway, not on the golf course. And
John,
I don't play
thank you.
golf.
Thank you, sir.
So I was involved in the discussions with regard to the target area, which was turned into apartments, and there was a lot of discussion about that. And there were probably unanimous discussion against turning that into apartments, but council still voted to turn that into apartments. And I was looking at the data for the Holcomb Bridge Road East revitalization, and it says that there are 900 renter-occupied multifamily apartment units versus 8,200 single-family owner. So we are more than 50% apartments in East Roswell. So one of the things that I also looked at in this study shows that it says there's a stark difference between the development that's going on in East Roswell versus West Roswell. And I think that the target exemplifies that, because we're moving away from any kind of businesses that are there. They seem to all be folding, and we're bringing in apartments. And what it seemed like that happened there was there was a plan for Roswell. There's a plan for East Roswell, but they weren't following it. So it seems to me that what you're doing now is very important as you figure out what it is you want to do, where you want apartments, what kind of apartments you want, and I encourage you to stick with that rather than, well, somebody wants to come and build apartments in some empty lot, and you say, well, I guess go ahead. But is that your plan? I want you to stick to a plan that is good for Roswell. So you have the comp plan, and I looked at how it fits with Roswell, fits with the areas around Roswell. And if you look at the chart, we've got Sandy Springs, which has a lot of apartments, and you've got Milton and Johns Creek that don't have that many. Alpharetta and Roswell are pretty much the same for the percentage of apartments. So you're kind of at about 30% apartments in Roswell, about the same thing in Alpharetta, and we're kind of in the middle of our neighbors. So I just encourage you to figure out what it is you want to do and where you want them, and stick to that plan and be wise about the plan that you have. Thank you.
John, thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hi,
Tell us who you are and where you live in Roswell.
my name is Jennifer Chapman, and I live at 225 Cagle Road. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I first want to say I do agree with all the 2040 comprehensive plan amendments being proposed, but in particular, I request your continued support for the map amendment on the 2040 future development map of the Cox-Cagle-Arnold Mill Road parcels to be moved from neighborhood back to suburban residential. When making the decision of which parcels fit which character areas, there was a certain criteria that was applied based on the denseness of the roads around that area. However, no one who lives in our rural area of Roswell was on the committee representing our area, and the people on the committee were unfamiliar with this part of Roswell. Our road system is very sparse. Our area is also on septic, not sewer. And although sewer is available in the general area, bringing it to these parcels will not be easy. Both of these infrastructure limitations fit the definition of suburban residential, not neighborhood residential. So I'm requesting more incremental changes rather than drastic changes. Most of our properties in this area would actually fit the description of estate residential. So I'm looking for something in between estate and neighborhood residential, which would be suburban residential. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chapman. Welcome. How are you? Share with us who you are and where you live.
Patricia Green, I'm Jennifer's neighbor on Cagle Road. You probably haven't seen me here in about 30 years because I've been busy on my organic farm, 6 acres there. So tonight, I did want to echo what Jennifer was saying. Basically, a little personal insight. Early on, my beliefs were influenced by Rachel Carson's Silent Spring and her other writings, and easily I converted to an environmentalist, utilizing organic processes and conservation techniques on my own 6-acre property here in Roswell. And that's not easy, it's hard work, believe me. That's why you haven't seen very much of me. However, I have been able, anytime I found I need any information about the city and meetings and what's going on, I've found that if I can use my internet, I can find a lot on the webpage. So for those of who may not have that capability, I agree with other ways of reaching out, but for me, it's been a wealth of information. I feel like it's important for all of us in this time with our looking at the future 2040 plan, the next 20 years, for us to avoid the temptation to use a mindset that if open land exists, it's to be developed to the maximum degree, but rather our future development plans to be created keeping in mind the character of our community and the health of our environment. That part is very important to me. Those involved in this current process to prepare and amend the 2040 comp plan have extensively and repeatedly sought out community input. I feel so much consideration has gone into obtaining a wide consensus in the formation of this plan. Therefore, I support the amendment process, and I appreciate all the reaching out that everybody has done and listening to all of our voices. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir. That's a long walk from the way back there, isn't it? You feel like a lonely man, don't you? Tell us who you are and where you live, sir.
Yeah, the chairs are more comfortable in the back. My name is Jason Frazier. I live on 485 Hardscrabble Road, so not too far from the Arnold Mill area that you were just hearing about, and that's actually why I came here to speak, but I'm going to jump around just a little bit based on some of the other comments. I guess first I'd like to say that I am in support of splitting up Civic. I think that makes a ton of sense. There are too many things in that category. Second, Fulton County school enrollment is down because of the shenanigans they're playing, which is why I took my children out, not because we're moving out of town. I'm still here. Next, I definitely support multifamily, let's see, the mixed-use multifamily apartments. I think that makes a ton of sense. I've lived in apartments. I would have loved to have had something on the first floor to have access to, make my life easier, especially when you're at that stage of life where you don't want to spend the gas money to drive across town to go to the grocery. Makes a ton of sense, and it also brings in more tax dollars to the community. And also, I think it was slightly disingenuous to say that we don't have that many apartments in this town. We have a ton of apartments, like you saw in one of the prior slides. That was in the 2040 comp plan, which clearly shows that we have more apartments than all of our neighbors except for Sandy Springs. So there are a boatload of apartments, and so I think their marketing is awfully good. I didn't realize we had that many apartments until I saw that sign or that slide. So I'm glad the truth has finally come out. But now, why I'm actually here is I was on the 2040 comp plan team, and I really appreciate the opportunity to be on that. I learned a tremendous amount about how the cities are shaped, how things are looked at when they're deciding on future development. And as far as the Arnold Mill area goes, yes, if you look at a satellite view of that area, it looks like you could put a boatload of apartments in there or whatever. There's plenty of open dirt, right? But if you get on the ground, you realize Arnold Mill is a tight road. That's one of the arteries. If you go there during peak rush hour, you'll be sitting in traffic from the Kroger on Arnold Mill in Roswell all the way to the Kroger in Canton. And I've driven that, and I try not to ever drive that during peak rush hour because it is bumper to bumper the entire way. And a lot of the other streets that feed that are windy, they have blind turns, it's dangerous. If you're gonna build that area up, you're asking for trouble. And I mean, there's just not enough infrastructure there. That's one thing you gotta look at is infrastructure before you decide to add more density to certain areas. So the other thing is, I think Roswell has plenty of apartments. It's got plenty of condos. It's got, it also is important to balance all of those with large lots such as mine. I live on almost 3 acres. These other folks near Arnold Mill live on a few acres. They're beautiful lots. And you know what? If we ever had a pandemic or, political strife in other countries that messes up the food system, sure would be nice to have lots with, 6-acre lots that can grow a garden. Or my 3-acre lot that has a big garden, and I spend a ton of time helping out the community, giving access to local agriculture. I think that should be a focus, and people need to start thinking, grow local. You gotta have a lot to grow local. You can't have an apartment and expect to have a garden. So looking at this a little bit different and seeing the value in large lots, I think is incredibly important, especially in the world we live in today. So those are my comments.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sabatino, welcome. Please share with everyone who you are, your name, and where you live. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me tonight and making this opportunity available. My name is Jason Sabatino. I live at 735 Danbridge Way. And I served on the 2040 comprehensive plan. I've served the city on the North Fulton Comprehensive Transportation Committee. I think I'm saying that right. Something along those lines. And I've served in the community in other various roles. As a resident of East Roswell and a member of the 2040 comp plan, I think it's important for us to understand that it's not any particular type of zoning that we were trying to exempt or move from one area to another. It's kind of, I think the way I approached it was, I hear a lot about how great Alpharetta is and how it's very organized and the flow and the quality of life that people say that they have there, and how haphazard and thrown together the city of Roswell seems. And as a resident for, let's see, I've been in Fulton County now for 26 years. I've been in Roswell for 23, almost 24 years. I understand that. So with the comp plan, one of the things that we tried to do was, I think, try to find the right place for the right things. Because what we were building 10, 15, 20 years ago and things that are being built today are not necessarily aligned. So I'm gonna, how do I turn this on real quick? Oh, I'm sorry. So, and I apologize, I didn't print this. I'm gonna show it from my phone. Hopefully it works, just to give the public some idea of, okay. So this may be a little hard to see, but the point I'm trying to get at here is this is a zoning map for the city of Roswell, okay? And you see a lot of colors, and some of the colors, some of the colors, you know, are grouped more together and some not. So this is what we were kind of faced with, trying to figure out, and I hate to use the word place, because I'm not trying to put people or anyone or any business in its place, but there's areas that each type of development seems to fit, flow, and work, okay? It was brought to my attention in the past week that the Atlanta Business Chronicle published an article that I thought was very interesting for the city of Roswell. What they did was they looked at all of the zip codes in North Atlanta, essentially, all the way up to Lake Lanier. And is this going to come back on? Sorry. There we go. Oh, and they looked at what was the income required to live in these zip codes. And I'm going to put this down, and some people in the area some may have seen this already, some maybe not. I don't know if you want to zoom out, or if we could zoom out a little bit. But there's one thing that is readily apparent when you look at this. I'll put the pen here in case some folks maybe are not able to see it. There is an island in the middle of this map. That island is zip code 30076. This is one of the only zip codes, aside from here and here, where a resident can move and live with an income of under $100,000. So when I hear people talk about affordability and we need to have more affordable housing, we are the affordable housing option already in the North Fulton, North Atlanta area. We're already there. Now, I heard tonight we're talking about, well, you know, we need to have more apartments. Sure, we can have all the apartments you want, but they need to be in the right place. We heard tonight from where I think it was Mr. Evans posted some of the data from the 2040 comp plan that shows that the number of apartments in East Roswell outnumber the number of single-family homes. How many more does the city of Roswell need? Now, again, right place, right, there's an opportunity for everything. I appreciate, I think it was Scott Long, Mr. Long that brought up that we are not removing apartments anywhere. We are just simply stating that certain zoning types need to be considered for certain places in the city. And I can tell you, in East Roswell, we have zoning that exists today that would allow more standalone apartments. The 2040 comp plan hopes to address that. And, we have inconsistencies in the zoning code, I understand. And, things like the Parkway Village and how different the east side of Roswell is to the west side of Roswell. So I know I'm out of time, but I just wanted to give a little bit of context on what we were trying to accomplish with the 2040 comp plan and what some, or at least a good portion of our city is up against and why we need the changes that were presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sabatino. Welcome.
Hello.
Good to see you. Please share with us who you are and where you live.
My name is Denise Rao, and I live at 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia. I believe a healthy city is a community that has balance, that creates sustainable neighborhood, that cares for the health, safety, and welfare of all her residents. These are some of the principles that guided me as a member of the Stakeholders Committee of the comp plan. And if you look at all the parts that make up Roswell, the Roswell community, we start with a pretty good balance. The one area where we are deficient is business activity. But we shouldn't conflate private real estate valuations with public receipts. The value of a parcel is certainly good for the landowner, the developer looking to make the deal, the money guys who drive the entire process. But there are no straight roads from the value of a piece of property to the dollars that end up in the coffers of the city. You have to evaluate both sides of the balance sheet. If someone is paying you $1 million but costing you $1.5 million, well, that's an equation that does not compute. And while this information is interesting to consider, it is only one layer of a balanced decision. The City of Roswell has a lot of large single-use multifamily units, over 11,000. We have more than Alpharetta, more than Milton, more than Johns Creek. And according to, as Jason just said, the Atlanta Business Chronicle, zip code 30076 is an island of affordability in the very expensive North Fulton Sea. This is the proverbial double-edged sword, because the market is telling us something, that 30076 is not keeping pace with the surrounding area. Now, most of the single-use multifamily complexes are isolated, as Scott said. But also, they're in areas where the residents agreed we should create a new character area, major activity centers. So we have a good base to truly build true mixed-use neighborhoods in these areas. But our task is going to be very difficult, because if you read next door, you know that many of our residents who live in this workforce housing that hugs either side of 400, they have many issues with their homes. And the investors who own these properties are milking the cash cows. We, on the other hand, would like to see them invest into making these places better. But, oh, by the way, we really don't want them to raise the rent. Now, I recognize it's not the responsibility of the developers or the investors to create communities. That's our job. So it's going to be a challenge to stabilize our existing workforce housing and not throw the baby out with the bathwater, while we encourage the creation of walkable, sustainable communities in these primarily commercial areas. But we do have many tools in our tool belt. My number one area for redevelopment is Alpharetta Street, north of the Skillet. And I know that tastes have changed, but I still don't understand who thought turning the entrance to our historic downtown into an auto zone was a good idea. This area could be a vibrant mix of uses by applying a more traditional development philosophy. think big and build small. At some point, everything old is new again. And there are 3 types of housing that we currently have in our UDC that are a particularly good fit in mixed-use districts like Route 9. The mixed-use building, which is commercial on the first floor and multifamily on the second or third floor. It's just really a modern version of living above the store. And since this area is midtown, we finally found an appropriate place for townhouses. And of course, the cottage court, a housing type that would be popular with both retirees and first-time home buyers in a commercial community that provides services, walkability, and sustainability. So there are a lot of challenges, but equally a lot of opportunities, and I just want to thank you all for your service, and it's time to go to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Any other comments from the public? Forgive me. All right, with no further comments from the public, I'd like to take it back to council for further discussion. Any further comments? Yes, sir, Councilman Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson, and really thank you to everyone that had the opportunity to get up here and share the different views. I think this was a great discussion, and really appreciate just again how much, even if people don't agree with each other on the direction for the city, how much everyone absolutely loves this city and really everybody in it. So really appreciate that. First of all, I want to address the Arnold Mill area. And so tonight in my motion, I will be including that we move forward the changes to Arnold Mill. And specifically, I actually want to apologize on behalf of the Planning Commission to those from the Arnold Mill area. I'm not sure if they're here tonight or if they weren't here tonight, but they were at the Planning Commission. But when I listened to the audio of the Planning Commission, I was disappointed to hear that there wasn't the full opportunity for that discussion, and that some residents that took the time out of their busy schedule, maybe got a babysitter, or maybe who knows what they sacrificed to get to be there, and frankly, we're not given the opportunity to speak on this, and frankly, because at all times, whether I agree with the person or I don't agree with the person, I love the opportunity to learn from other people, and I love the opportunity if I'm bringing something forward, like for example, if I'm bringing forward some changes to the comp plan, and there are some residents or some planning commissioners or just whatever volunteers, if they have a way we can make it better, that's what I want to hear. And so I think I certainly read that actually a lot from emails from residents and hearings. So
Mike,
again,
can I ask you a question?
Please.
Why weren't those residents allowed to speak at the Planning Commission?
So it sounded like the statement, it sounded like the position, and I listened to the audio weeks ago, but it sounded like basically the only thing they wanted to hear was specific for the suggestions here. And you know, again, I want to learn more. I actually, to be honest, I've told the Planning Commission this. I care less about the specific vote. I care more about what are the points that I haven't thought about, what I can learn in that discussion. So frankly, I was so disappointed with how I heard residents treated. I actually feel, Mayor, I'd love the opportunity for you to consider either a work session with the Planning Commission or perhaps, I guess I don't know what the solution is, but again, that one.
That's a great, Mike, thanks for saying that. We are overdue as a new council and mayor of meeting with our respective boards and commissions individually with work sessions, with clarity of what the council and mayor expectations are in terms of policy guidelines, in terms of inclusion of the meetings and how those meetings are to be conducted. So thank you for saying that. That's an excellent thought, and we're overdue that. So great thought.
Excellent. Thank you. And again, on behalf of the Planning Commission, just those that came to City Hall, again, I certainly apologize and appreciate the mayor's support for making sure we do just address how everyone feels when they come to City Hall. So first, that was where I wanted to address Arnold Mill. Secondly, I want to address something that did not come up, which is IX, which had come from staff in a discussion. in my motion, I will be supporting to remove that, and it's for two reasons. One reason, as a reminder, even if it's not put on there as a compatible future zoning, it's still allowed as a choice. And the big reason is because the IX would mean basically on Highway 9, just north of Mansell, it would basically be promoting things that are not resident-focused, retail-focused, customer-focused. So it'd be warehouses, it'd be a bunch of things that I don't think should be the main desire that's being promoted. And so, again, doesn't mean that a developer couldn't come with a great idea, a great business, whatever it might be, and council could certainly decide to approve it. But I think for what's promoted, I agree with staff and do feel that IX should be removed from that. So you'll see that in my motion. Unless council has differing views, and certainly happy to discuss. And now, thirdly, what I think we heard the most discussion on is really the changes regarding apartments in the comp plan. Because, purely, here was really the question for discussion. Should future rezonings change to mixed use, or should they change to standalone apartments? And what I did not hear was a clear reason why standalone apartments should be promoted instead of mixed use. And it is instead of. I know one could argue or point to, well, it's promoting standalone or mixed use. But again, I want to focus in practice and in reality for what we've seen, which is historically in Roswell, both have been promoted. And so therefore, what we've seen is not actual mixed use. On the opposite side of that is Alpharetta. They promoted mixed use, and that was what they were requiring, and that's what they got. And again, I do sincerely believe that it creates more walkability, more sustainability, more of a destination, and more of a great opportunity for future development in Roswell, and frankly, more diversity of uses, because again, we have a lot of stand-alone apartments. We do not have a lot of real mixed use. And so I did hear a few residents that did speak about the topic of should it be standalone or mixed use, and I definitely want to just highlight the fact that it was brought up about fairness, the fact that it is, the case has been that this less walkable and less sustainable choice of standalone apartments are encouraged on Holcomb Bridge, but not on Crossville. And so these proposed changes tonight will address that inequity. And so moving on, I do feel it's absolutely necessary. I listened to everyone, and again, I really appreciated all the statements. So I do want to address some of the comments I heard. And although they didn't address the topic of mixed use compared to standalone apartments, I do feel they deserve to be addressed, and so glad everyone got to just hear and discuss it. But so first of all, there were a few speakers that referred to Planning Commission as the experts. I want to be very clear. So that vote that you saw with the recommendations that went against basically what council had initiated, both this council and the previous council, and when Planning Commission on some of those votes went against the stakeholder committee, who absolutely were experts in how comp plans work in the comp plan, and also when they went against just the majority of residents that did choose to take that survey. The Planning Commission is not staff. Staff are the experts that walk us through how comp plans work and how zoning codes work and all these different aspects. The Planning Commission are just volunteers that were appointed, the majority appointed under a previous mayor and council. And again, as I've mentioned, I find them really helpful to hear different discussion, for me to just have, hear more different things that I haven't thought of. And so, but again, just want to be clear, any recommendations from the experts, that was actually from the Planning Commission, whereas in staff was just supportive of this entire process and walking us through how things should be done and how and really making sure we're doing it right. I heard a topic saying, hey, why not just leave it as an option and you can always deny it? Unfortunately, that's the course that Roswell's been on for years, and it, obviously, as some residents pointed out, in fact, the mayor and council in Roswell has instead actually just approved it for the years. But the bigger issue is even if something that's not best for the city is going to go through all that process, that takes a lot of time and a lot of money from developers. just to have something be turned down and have the whole thing start over for years of investment if the developer wants to invest, et cetera. Whereas in Alpharetta, very strict, very clear, and developers know what to expect, and it creates a better opportunity where if they're going to invest that time and money, they want to, because they know what's encouraged in there. So I wanted to address that comment. Heard a comment very early on. Why would you want to reduce multifamily housing on our corridors? Again, that's not what this topic or discussion is. It's not reducing multifamily on our corridors. Is reducing anything is actually nothing that's being discussed. The question is, it's really more focused on why in the future would you want to encourage multifamily instead of encouraging standalone apartments? And again, it's adding, because again, nothing is changing that's currently zoned. And I also heard early on, it was mentioned that Alpharetta has more apartment complexes than Roswell. I've never heard that stat. I certainly believe it. That being said, the fact that we have in Roswell have a lot more apartments than Alpharetta, it shows that our apartment complexes have a much higher density. And again, obviously they don't have a mixed use, which I think actually makes it more sustainable in Alpharetta, that they're creating these mixed use complexes with lower density, having a balance of uses, and I think creating a lot of sustainability. It also mentioned, some professor or something, I forget what the person's credentials were, but them being surprised, saying, why would anybody eliminate standalone multifamily? Again, Alpharetta has found a lot of benefits and sustainability by focusing on this mixed use. Also heard about two different speakers. One mentioned teachers moving to Alpharetta and coming because here has gotten too expensive, and then also was mentioned city employees. First, I could talk about the anecdotes, which talking to some city employees, not department directors, not deputy directors, but just different city employees, where one, they chose to move to East Cobb, and it was purely, based on they were aiming for the school system and was able to find a single-family house in their price range. Another one, when I learned what their price range was, I said, oh, actually, you can actually move to, my old neighborhood, which I absolutely love, and that's actually lower than your price range. And they say, I know. They said, I know what the prices in Roswell are, but I'm looking for a bigger house, and I'm looking for a newer house, and that was something they got in Woodstock. They couldn't get that in Roswell. That's an anecdote, but let's move to the actual data. So Alfred and Cumming actually have higher apartment rates than Roswell. And so that was in the newspaper 4 months ago. That was in the Alpharetta Herald. And so Roswell has lower average apartment rates than Alpharetta and Cumming. And what I just learned tonight is 30076, which represents east side of Roswell as well as a part of North Roswell, is actually the most affordable place in North Fulton when we saw that data. So that was just, again, great opportunity for public comments and discussion, because I love to learn from others. And the last and final statement is, someone said, what about duplexes? Duplexes have been available in the city for a long time, and they are still available in the right zoning code, in the right location. So again, so I definitely wanted to address a lot of this. I think it's important. I have great supporters and friends of my kids that live in apartments, and this is not changing any of that. It's not changing the fact that we have more apartments than single-family homes plus townhomes combined on the east side. All it's saying is, what do we want to add in the future? And I do support these changes that we've seen tonight. So unless this council feels otherwise, and we have a lot of discussion, my motion will include all the updates that staff showed at the beginning.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Any other comments or questions from council? Councilmember Vanstrom.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to bring up one point that is really important to understand about Roswell, and I'm learning it every day that I'm working on council more and more. We need business development in Roswell. We need business, commercial business, to offset the tax burden that's on our residents, and we need to be utilizing our redevelopment space for that. And that's going to include apartments. That's going to include multifamily mortgages as well, because mixed use is a great way to make and maximize the value of the land that's there, and we have to work with the developers to get that done. I like the comment that was made about green space. If we are in a position where we're more proactive, which is what we're trying to create as a council right now, is to be in a more proactive position in discussing options for redevelopment. One of the things we need to be is we need to be in a position where we can say, look, we'll give a little bit here so that we can maybe create some green space here with the developer to make this project much better. And so those are the kind of things that we're trying to do for the residents of Roswell. We're not anti-apartments by any stretch. We're trying to be stewards of the redevelopment that needs to happen in this town that's going to be most beneficial for all of the residents.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councilmember Palermo and Vanstrom for your comments, and the public, everybody for your comments. Great, great conversation. I'm just going to bring this back to the strategic plan and marrying the comp plan basically with the strategic plan and the vision that the residents have for our city. And part of that is a healthy balance. And maybe I can equate it to our savings, our 401ks and our savings plans. You're going to balance your portfolio. You're going to have a mix of different items. And that's exactly what we need to do in Roswell. We have to balance our portfolio of housing. And we've been on the trajectory that we're at the tipping point where we're going to become much more heavy rental, where we need the commercial to help offset the tax burden that's on the residential homeowners. And I've been working with finance, and there's two sides to the balance sheet. There's good income that comes in from high profit apartment complexes, standalone apartment complexes, but there's a flip side to that balance sheet as well. And that's what we have to balance so that there's not an undue burden on residential homeowners having to shore up other areas to keep our general budget going. So I'm looking forward to the motion and supporting it.
Thank you, Councilmember Hall. Any other comments or questions from council? Council, with that being said, with no other questions or comments from council, Councilmember Palermo, do you have a motion?
Motion to adopt the text and map amendments to the 2040 comprehensive plan, which includes, if we go to packet page 52, includes every change on here. So in other words, everything for the above item, and then also the two additional items. So it would be all these items. Is that clear for staff? Excellent.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Hall. All those in favor, please raise your hands. It passes unanimously. Thank you. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. I got to use the restroom. I'm sorry. They're going to re-adjourn. Sorry for the potty break. So if y'all will have a seat, we can get back started. Glad you joined us, Will, because you're going to be up here in a second. So now we move to the Recreation and Parks Department. Councilmember Mortland, will you read the Recreation and Parks item, please, sir?
Okay, item number 2, approval to submit the Ace Sand Parks Children's Stormwater Garden and Adventure Path project for a FY22 directed spending federal appropriation request of $3,557,588 and permission to obligate the local match of 20% or $808,893.97 for a total project cost of $4,446,985 and approval for the mayor to sign a letter of support on city letterhead. Director Leatherman.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thanks for the opportunity to present this item. Just for a couple of notes for the agenda, this was not presented at committee, and I just want to note that for the record that this was brought before you tonight because of a timing issue associated with this item. The application is due April 1. We've been working on it for the past couple of weeks and just trying to get everything prepared and found that we needed to get permission and also this letter of support as part of that process. From a project perspective, on your screens you have our ASAND project. We've been talking about this in a number of different meetings and iterations. Phase 1 is on the right-hand side of my screen, which is the fitness trail loop. This project and this request is specific to Phase 2, so on your screens between the red and the blue line, which we call our Children's Stormwater Garden and Venture Play area. And this project component is roughly $4.4 million. In this case, we're requesting the authorization to submit for a direct appropriations through the Senator's office, which is federal funding. Again, this application closes on the 1st. As we're working our way through the project, a couple of comments just associated with some of the future uses. We've been talking about impacts associated with silt and sedimentation on the river itself. We anticipate that as we continue to work our way through those project components, that Phase 3, which is where the current building is likely an area that could or potentially would be affected by some of those future operations, and then some components of Phase 2, but with a limitation of, we believe, at least at this point, that the Children's Stormwater Garden, along with that adventure play area, because of some stream issues in that area, would likely be undisturbed by future mining uses. And so we'd like to move this application forward and submit here at the end of this week. With that, I know there's a couple of other agenda items tonight. I'll keep my comments brief unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Does council have any questions or comments? Outstanding. Does anyone from the public like to speak on this item? Scott, welcome.
Talk about ASAN and that property. Is this turn on?
Got it for you.
Lit up? Okay. There's just on that property, I've run by this almost 3 times a week. There's a beautiful yellow house on that ASAN property that
Scott, did you just say beautiful?
Yeah, you were looking at a laptop projected to a screen. If you go up to it, you can see. You would have to go to it and look at it in person to see. I should have brought a printout of this. But it's a house very similar to the homes that on Canton Street that have been turned into restaurants. It's completely flood proof. It's on the highest piece of property in the area, and I just hope that not only can we preserve it, but we can use it, that we can give it to or make it available. The same thing we did with Roswell Fire Labs, where people said that building was completely unsalvageable and was going to collapse due to termites. We turned out that we were able to make it available to nonprofit in the city that serve in the city. And, you know, I would just love to at least have us shore the building up and consider using it for something similar to that.
Can I give you like a 100% super truthful answer?
Sure.
We don't know yet.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. The dredging is such a big part of the equation. The mining is such a big part of the equation for us. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know what that looks like in terms of the solution there, where phase 3 was originally planned to be. So there's so much in flux that if we made a statement to you today and said, oh yeah, we're going to protect it, no worries, don't worry about it, and then something comes out of the mining that we have to, just from a standpoint of transportation, something changes in that equation. I just don't want us to get, I don't want us to tell you today, oh yeah, but I will tell you, everybody knows about the Yellow House. Everybody is very aware of the Yellow House. It has a level of importance. It's not part of the current planning, I can tell you that, partly because we don't know what phase 3 looks like. And phase 3 is more oriented towards the mining than it is towards what the land will look like. It's more like, how can we solve for the mining equation? But I will tell you, it is on everybody's mind. Nobody on council has forgotten about, Jeff's team has not forgotten about it. Will is very present about it. So I don't know if that gives you any rest or not, but I just want to tell you truthfully, we don't know yet.
Yeah, just no promise needed, just just promise to not miss that, not lose the chance that if there is an opportunity.
Yes, sir.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, sir. No, thank you, Scott. Thank you very much. Any other public comment? Thank you, Scott. All right. Since there's no other further comment, I'd like to bring it back to council for any further discussion. Councilmember Mortland. Oh, no. Councilmember Mortland, do you have a motion?
Motion for approval to submit the Asan Park Children's Stormwater Garden and Adventure Park project for FY23 direct spending federal appropriation request of $3,557,588 and permission to obligate the local match of 20% or $889,397 for a total project cost of $4,446,985 and approval for the mayor to sign a letter of support on city letterhead.
Thank you, Councilmember Mortland. Do I have a second? Seconded by Councilmember Hills. Thank you. All those in favor, please raise your hands. The motion passes unanimously. Thank you. We will now go to the city attorney's report. David Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item I have is approval of a resolution instituting a temporary moratorium on the acceptance of conditional use applications for multifamily uses unless such multifamily use is an existing conforming use on the property or the application is for a mixed use with 25% or less residential in order to make amendments to the Roswell Unified Development Code.
Council, have any questions or comments? Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Wilson. So for this item, I just want to make sure it's clear what it's doing is ultimately very, very important word, temporary. So this is a short-term moratorium. And it's really cities use, just as Roswell's done it in the past, other cities have done it in the past too. Cities will use a temporary zoning moratorium for just the opportunity to ensure that the zoning code is meeting really the intent of its residents and the intent of its code and et cetera. And so that's what this is intending to do. And basically, it's just saying for 90 days, I believe, is that Mr. Davidson, am I right, for 90 days?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So for 90 days, that just gives the opportunity to just really make some updates and finalize or clarify some existing updates. And so for those 90 days, there would not be any applications for the conditional use of multifamily, and it also just includes 2 exceptions. And so the 2 exceptions are, 1, if multifamily already exists on the property, then staff would accept an application. And number 2, if the application being presented is 25% or less residential, then that would be accepted. So those are the 2 exceptions. And again, this is in no way currently banning multifamily. In no way is it reducing multifamily. In no way is it saying in the future multifamily will not continue to be an option for developers. This is just giving the opportunity to really clarify some things. And also, because I think based on some questions that might have come in with email, this is not in any way suggesting that any and all mixed use in the future should be 25% or less residential. That is just during this moratorium, and any changes to the zoning code, of course, would go through the normal process that all changes have gone through, and which is at all times involves the fact that there's a planning commission, there's an initiation for any zoning change that occurs. It has to be initiated in a public meeting. It has to be advertised. I believe, Mr. Davidson, is that accurate?
That's correct.
Excellent, thank you. It has to be advertised. There has to be a planning commission meeting. There has to be a first reading, and then there has to be a second reading. So for any changes, there'd be full, thorough process. But again, I think just the important focus is clarifying some things and finalizing some aspects. And again, just knowing this is just a short term to make sure that long term, the city of Roswell is going to get its development right. Because as came up in the strategic plan, which had an enormous amount of participation, there were just so many reasons why it's important we're going to get our development right in the future.
Councilmember Palermo, may I ask you a question, sir? Isn't this kind of a logical action just from the standpoint of you have a newly elected council, 3 newly elected council members, along with yourself and Councilmember Hall, and it's a logical, this is being done very early into your newly elected as a group together, to have time to put your plans together, to put your stamp on the zoning code of the city. And this is simply just allowing you, just saying, taking a small breath of time, like you said, a 90-day moratorium, just to say, this allows us to take some time to figure out exactly what we want in this period of time.
I would agree it does, and it gives clarity to residents as well as giving clarity to developers instead of creating a long process that has some just aspects of the code that are unclear for that. But I think absolutely it does make sense for a new mayor and or council.
It does. And to your point, it doesn't mean, it's very clear that this is a moratorium of 90 days on new. But if you're an existing, you still can put an application, or if you put an application of say, for example, 75-25, you can put in an application as well. So there's 2 very clear pieces there, unlike, I think, with some of the things that have been said, which was trying to get rid of, forever gone, et cetera, et cetera. And it's a 90-day moratorium. That's all it means. Is that right?
That is absolutely right.
Thank you, Councilman Palermo. Other council members? Councilmember Manstrom.
I'll speak for the newbies and just explain one of the goals I have on council is once again to be a proactive council, and what I'm asking for is just a breath. I'm finding that I'm a small businessman. And when I decide I want to do something in my small business, it usually takes me about 2 days to accomplish what I want to accomplish. That's not how it works in the city. We have a lot of input we need from our residents as we move through this process, and we will be asking for that. And we just need a little more time to organize so that we can be much more proactive. So, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Manstrom. Other council members? Is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this item? Sarah, I don't believe you're walking up here. It's hard to believe. I should know your address by now, but Sarah Beeson, what's your address? Sorry.
Sarah Beeson, I guess I put him here. Sarah Beeson, resident. I live in Hamilton Commons, longtime resident, not first-time caller. So to go back to the original points before from the last round, because it still applies, yes, there are mixed-use codes that are still applicable, even if it's not permanently at 75% high commercial level. However, all of the mixed-use codes, when you take out standalone multifamily, still have a commercial component to it. And I realize that part of this is trying to redefine a lot of those definitions to try to sort out what is applicable. As I mentioned in my UDC comments, we need more housing stat. This is not something that placing a moratorium is going to be helpful with. Multifamily housing is in highest demand. Metro Atlanta, as I stated in previous comments, our highest returns per acre on property tax revenue are in multifamily units. And actually, to the previous point from Councilwoman Hall about the single family versus multifamily, when you do the math, and actually if you look at the comprehensive plan, there's a little map. You can see how the multifamily units as well as the mixed use units do subsidize the single family homes in terms of providing the services for the city through the tax revenue that they generate because it's so much higher per acre. And then because of this, I'm disappointed to see Mayor and Council put a halt to multifamily development on the basis of unsubstantiated claims. And I'm talking about the way that this resolution is worded. The language of the resolution calls for a moratorium on all new conditional multifamily housing development due to, quote, the health, safety, and welfare of the public. Like, what does that even mean? It literally impacts residents' health, safety, and welfare when people cannot afford to live in a city anymore. Again, I have a number of friends and acquaintances who are leaving Roswell because their rent increased as much as 33%. Previous studies, quote unquote, in this resolution indicate an undue strain on public services. Councilman Palermo and I actually had a one-on-one conversation about this recently where the same stat was cited. I asked where the study came from or where the stat came from. To Councilman Palermo's credit, he did say that it came from when he was running previously in 2019. His opponent used to cite that, but he was not aware of any study that came from the city. He wasn't sure which one. I just want to know, did council magically find a study in the last 3 weeks since we met? Did y'all commission a study that I didn't know about? Either way, there's nothing publicly available that backs these claims specifically here in Roswell. However, denser housing is easier to service based on economies of scale, and I do have a study by Pat Dugan from the Municipal Research and Services Center. It's not a multifamily, this is from municipalities. Quote, research and the literature is fairly clear that higher density development such as multiple family uses substantially reduce the cost of servicing each dwelling unit with capital facilities. Man, he just sat there and told you that it's actually cheaper to service per unit for multifamily. He also goes on to say that it's established that multifamily dwellings house fewer children than single-family homes, so the cost for school and single-family is higher. In that regard, furthermore, first responders, he goes on to state, he found in the call rate to first responders on a per capita basis in multifamily dwellings are roughly comparable to the population at large. You're just thinking it's that way because they're in a denser area. There's just more people, therefore they get more calls. If the city of Roswell has previous studies to share that would indicate otherwise, I'm all ears, would love to read them. However, the studies we do have, the 2018 to 2022 5-year consolidated plan identifies Roswell's high need for housing, including options for moderate and low-income residents, aging populations, workforce housing. There's also wealth of knowledge in our 2040 comprehensive plan, which justifies keeping multifamily as is. And I want to emphasize for those listening, the way that we currently zone the code, Roswell is able to build multifamily only along Highway 9, Holcomb Bridge, and historic district corridors. To Mr. Long's point, I am all for the equality and balance of zoning from east to west. But either way, the way this change would be made, it's not going to raise the Country Club of South's clubhouse to put in an apartment complex. It allows us to infill what we need, which is housing in highly commercial areas, which is all along that entire thoroughfare. It's also where we're able to access with transit. Furthermore, I want to emphasize that, again, I did reach out to, to that point, I guess I'll get to that in a minute. Well, on that point, citywide building moratoriums, even just for this type of development, are typically a disaster. Anytime you halt development of any kind, you're going to create, essentially induce demand. The prices are going to escalate much faster. Moratoriums on housing with a restriction on our free market economy, as cases have gone all the way to the U.S. Supreme Court, have proven a potential violation of the Takings Clause of the Fifth Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. What does that mean? It means local government is unduly limiting what a landowner can do with their land, and I caution if council makes changes to the UDC, presumably adjusting or removing zoning classifications would have the same impact. That's why when I contacted City of Alpharetta about their changes, this was their exact quote. They didn't think many other cities would make the change that they did out of fear of a lawsuit. That should be a red flag for you guys. And yes, I did ask a zoning attorney if the city can be sued for these changes. In turn, they agreed. The city is opening itself to potential lawsuits, which we as taxpayers, we get to pay for. I'll go ahead and end my comments. I know I'm up. I'll leave you with this. I previously mentioned hindering the housing supply causes housing prices to go up. It's not only true for home sales, but rental rates as well. All the speakers tonight previously were in agreement of that, regardless of if they agree that Roswell has a duty to alleviate those housing prices or add supply. Limited supply causes housing prices to rise. That's true about buying or renting. Due to the speculative nature about real estate, a building moratorium, even for 90 days, will cause construction prices to increase by the day. It leads building delays for years, and that said, landlords on existing rental properties stand to benefit financially from a building moratorium, given that they're cutting off the supply, and therefore they're increasing their profits at a faster rate. So regardless of if the home is single family or multifamily, limiting housing of any type will impact prices across the board. That said, according to Section 3.130 of the city charter voting, when personally interested.
Thank you, Ms. Beeson. Thank you. Come on. I think you've been very generous with the time.
Yes, but also you had 3 other people who went over their time as well, and no one else was cut off.
Yes, actually, all three speakers, I gave a 5 signed to and a 5 signed to, and they are relented. And you actually have gone past those other speakers. So actually, you got more time than the other 3 speakers went over their time. So it's just the opposite. I gave you more time.
So that's not equitable, though, because you already gave 4 prior speakers extra time, and you're cutting me off right now.
I don't even understand your logic. Individual speakers, they went over 5 minutes. I flashed them 5. 2 of those speakers I had to flash 5 again. 1 went past the second 5 a little bit. I gave you 5, you acknowledged it, and then you just ran on. And I said, politely, because you went longer than the second speaker who went a second 5, so you went longer than any other speaker. So I don't understand. So you just made, wait a minute, you just made a statement of inequitability. How can you make, if you're going to make an accusation, right, then I have the opportunity to respond to it. And and you just make an accusation that I was unfair to you in terms of you being allowed to speak and versus other people had gone over their time. I was simply trying to illustrate how that was not the case. And you said, no, I don't understand. All 4 of them, I'm 1 against 4. And I'm saying, I don't understand that logic. All the other speakers went over 5 minutes. I flashed 5. Some of them stopped. 2 speakers, I flashed 5 twice. The second one went a little bit over the 5. I flashed 5. You said you acknowledged it, and then you went on and never looked up. So I didn't have a chance to flash 5. And you went well past the time. And this is a ridiculous conversation to be having because somehow you're making an accusation going over 5 minutes, you're being treated inequitably. And I don't understand that. Sarah, you come speak welcomely all the time on any subject you want to, more than anybody. You know the rules, it's 5 minutes.
I'm just confused as to why this rule only applies to when I disagree with council. However, those who are friendly with your points were allowed to go over or were not cut off.
Again, that I would challenge your accusation. I just told you that was not the case. I just demonstrated. Go back and watch the tape yourself. You'll see, in fact, that that is not the case. So you're making an accusation that cannot stand, and you're doing it to grandstanding. But I thank you for your time.
I'll give my notes to other people. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Denise Rao, 170 Charleston Circle, Roswell, Georgia.
Welcome to these.
A moratorium is a zoning tool. It pauses and it allows the council, our legal department, to look at things thoughtfully. Far from exposing the city to lawsuits, I believe it actually protects the city from lawsuits because it gives us time to tell everyone exactly what it is that the law says. Also, I think it also protects the citizens because if there's things that are moving and There seems to be new definitions coming up. It gives everyone the time to thoughtfully consider it and make sure that what we're doing is what the citizens would like. Another thing is, I think it's fair to the developers too, because I really don't understand when people say, oh, well, just let them go through that process anyway, and you can always turn it down. Well, that's a lot of money for the developers and a waste of time. So I think everyone who's a business person really appreciates the fact of having clear rules, stated, and so everyone knows what the process is all about. And I just want to point out that a couple weeks ago during the budget meeting, you all had a presentation, and it did talk about housing. And actually, it said one of the number one housing type is actually single-family homes with a little bit of land. And that, in fact, this is driving the price because the millennials, they have decided they want room and they want space. Some of this is because we're now in a hybrid work environment. And so therefore, if you think about it, if people are working from their homes, then this expansion of single-family homes probably will not have the same effect on sprawl as it was traditionally, because you're working 3 days from home, you're sharing an office. It's just a new way of looking at things. And I also read where the single-story office building is actually making a comeback. And some of it is, once again, the reaction from the pandemic, because people don't like to be in elevators with people. So all of those things, the way I look at it is, we can't chase every trend. We have to decide. We have to know what our brand is. And then leadership has to be adroit enough to apply our brand, maximize our brand to the trends that match our objectives. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Yes, ma'am. It's a long way.
Carol O'Hare, I live in Arbor Creek subdivision. I actually just have a few questions. I'm trying to wrap my head around 75, 25. I thought it would have been the other way around, like 25% business, 75% residential. So what type of building or establishment has 75% business, 25% residential?
I think you probably heard earlier, you asking the question, we said earlier that we would be in favor, if you look at our long-term plans, of high-density mixed-use projects. High-density mixed-use projects would lead, in this particular example from the moratorium, leaves an allowance for 25% residential multifamily in this particular case.
Okay, so that's not like one, I was trying to figure out, did you, I literally just didn't understand. Did that mean?
For example?
Like if somebody came up with a proposal to build something, one thing, you would say, well, you have to have 75% of that commercial and 25% of that will be residential?
A sophisticated developer would come to the city and said, I want to do a mixed-use project, right? And so we would say, today, under the moratorium for the next 90 days, on the new piece of development, you can't do 100% apartments. That's what the moratorium says. But we are saying, if you bring a project and you want to make an application, and it's a high-density mixed-use project, it could have 25% O&I, for example, this is just an example, 25% retail, 25% i.e. residential with a mortgage, and then 25% residential multifamily.
Okay. All right. I
That's
think I'm wrapping my head around that.
Yes,
but I was
ma'am.
trying to figure out, like, I would have thought that it would be more residential than business. I'm thinking of the ones that have like the businesses underneath them and the residents that are above.
Yes, ma'am. So
And I
that
think-
example right there would be a 50-50 project, the one I just gave, just as an
All right.
offhanded project.
Okay. The other thing, I am concerned, I don't understand what the safety and welfare portion of it is, so I'm going to ask that now. And then my only, I don't get that. I don't understand what you're referencing in terms of safety and welfare for everybody because of this moratorium, and that's just, I don't understand it. And then the third thing is, I do think that 90 days, I understand the need to take a break. I understand the need to review things and make sure that you really need to, you want to work with your community. Not just 67% of them, you want to work with everybody. You want to work with, the people that still, whether they voted for you or not, or you're representing them and you're helping them out. But 90-day moratorium, like I said, I'm living in a subdivision where a house, I can tell you, is not worth $760,000. Just went for $760,000. And it's 2,400 square feet. And this moratorium, I am concerned, is going to stop business for people who want to invest at this time, and then they're being denied the access to, operate a business, come in and do something that's proposed, and it might not fit into what you're talking about, and I don't know that that's fair to business. That's one of my concerns, so. Thank you.
I know I took some of your time, so I don't want to take away your time. I think to Councilman Palermo's perspective on that, I think he said it really well earlier, was part of our reasoning on that is trying to create clear definition with clear rules. And we used one of our sister cities as an example, who we think has done an excellent job over the last 4 to 6 years on having clearer rules, which has served not only the residents and community, but we believe served the business community, the development community. Giving the development community clearer lines of delineation, we think serves them as well. And this 90-day moratorium is an opportunity for us to allow us to get time to put together the exact kind of zoning codes we want.
Mm-hmm. I would just suggest less time. I think that we're really in the midst of a lot of other things, and I think there's a learning curve, and I apologize. I know the learning curve is really difficult. But I would hope that you would do it in less time than that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. And David Davidson is going to address that.
So as far as the 90 days, it's 90 days or until they adopt the changes. So it could be sooner than 90 days. It's just giving them 90 days in order to enact those changes.
Great. And if anybody could address the safety issues or what you're basing that on, that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So, yeah, I want to address the time as well, because certainly I'd love it to be shorter. I hope it is. I hope it is shorter. But with that, as I mentioned, there's a process we follow which ensures the proper amount of community involvement in meetings like this, which basically means to enact a change, it can take 60 to 90 days. And so that's number one with it. And then also you mentioned just concern of it being unfair to a developer that just they want to go ahead and apply now. Basically, from when I feel like typically the time frame I would see, or I would hear about, would be they apply within 3 to 4 months is when they get the verdict. They find out if the rezoning's approved or whatever it might be. And then it's often about 1.5 years or 2 years from there. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, that's 2 years. So basically, if they could apply today, then potentially that's 2 years, 4 months. But for fairness to the developer, as was brought up, if someone's applying for something that's really inappropriate for the community, not something that benefits kind of just the goals and benefits the existing residents and all those aspects, and there's the risk that it's turned down, that's a really long process and really expensive process. Whereas to just add 90 days on that long process, but to create a way where it's really clear on what's intended, I think that is creating a better opportunity. And really, a big, just overall, there's so much that goes into just the welfare of the community that we're dedicated and obligated to protecting and enhancing. And so I think there's a lot of aspects there. And frankly, we've been hearing so much from all Roswell residents, but especially residents on the east side, of really wanting some more balance and destinations and an opportunity to not have to drive so far and do so many other aspects that come with not having destinations, which if we do this right, we can really have the opportunity to create destinations. And so that's why I think it's just so important we do make sure that this is completely clear to developers and residents, and hopefully then create some great development sooner than would otherwise happen.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Other public comment?
Marla Curitan. Do I need to say my address if I spoke earlier?
No, ma'am, you're good. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just going to follow up and build on what Sarah Beeson spoke about earlier, and just read this in its entirety. Regardless of whether the home is single-family or multifamily, limiting housing of any type will impact prices across the board, including rents and prices to go up. That said, according to Section Chapter 3.13 of the City Charter, voting when personally interested, neither the mayor nor any council member shall vote upon, sign, or veto any ordinance, resolution, contract, or other matter in which he is personally interested. A member of City Council is personally interested in a matter if he has a direct financial interest in the matter. According to the Fulton County Tax Assessor, Councilman Palermo owns a rental property here in Roswell at 140 Farms Court, which currently has an active listing on apartments.com. As a landlord here in Roswell who would stand to financially benefit from a multifamily housing moratorium, Councilman Palermo has a direct financial interest in the matter, and according to city code, would need to recuse himself from voting upon this resolution.
I must say, I'm speechless. So I guess, Sarah, we're going to be doing this every time multifamily comes up, regardless of what the rest of the residents believe, regardless of what the city council believes. We're going to continue to have a elusive argument about multifamily, which is not even relevant to what the truth of the matter is. And you want Roswell to solve all the affordable housing game, acting like Roswell is not already a significant player in affordable housing in North Fulton County. And it just seems like all the facts don't matter, and you keep beating us over the head regardless. And I don't even know what the point of the issue is. I really don't. I don't know what it is you want us to do other than to say, you know what, we're going to build all high-density, single-family, standalone apartments up and down the corridors. And then, I'm telling you, that's not great for the people who live in apartments. The people who live in apartments don't want that. I don't even think you guys are representing the voices of the people who live in the apartments today. So I just find it ironic that you're going to keep being here every single council meeting, anytime there's a zoning issue up, every time it has anything to do with multifamily, and you're going to keep raising the same arguments, regardless of what the public wants, regardless of what the residents want, regardless of what the city council wants, and they actually come up here and then say, throw something from the charter against Councilman Palermo that he must recuse himself is a ridiculous notion, and it just tells me that you're desperate. And I can tell you that as a resident, I don't appreciate it. I don't appreciate you wasting the time of other residents and of this council to continue to go the same line, that you don't really care about what anybody else thinks. You're just going to do what you want to do, and you're going to bring a small band of people who believe like you do, and it's a small band of people that represents a minority of residents, and you keep using terms like NIMBY. Your Facebook page has NIMBY in the middle of it, and one of your fellow people today did use the term NIMBY, as a matter of fact. But anyway, Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you, Mayor Henry. So yeah, wow. I apologize. I spent 4 years with one mayor. I spent 2 years with one before that. Now spent 3 months with one. So, so Mayor Wilson, I appreciate the
Thank you,
opportunity.
Michael. That was, I know you meant that in the most affectionate way.
So old habits are tough to beat for me. But on a more serious note, and do want to bring it back on topic. So again, I think what everybody does know, both those that support this and oppose this, is that it's about a desire to build more mixed use and have true mixed use with actual destinations. That is a very passionate goal of mine. That's one I'm not shy about. I'm not ashamed of, because again, it benefits the residents that would move into the apartments, that would have a great active place to move into, and it benefits the residents that don't live in those apartments, because it creates, again, a destination, creates more sustainability and walkability. So that's what this is about, and I realize there are some that do not want to see us going towards more mixed use. They want to see going towards just more standalone apartments, and that's fair. That's okay. Different people have different views for which direction they want the city to go. But the absurdity of just suggesting that someone would want mixed use because they rent out a house is just ludicrous to me. I'm always looking to try to help everyone. I always want to find compromises and find win-wins. I have no problem not voting on this moratorium, because what I'm really focused on is to make sure the actual development, the actual changes that we're going to make are actually going to give the east side a development to be proud of, and frankly, give more opportunity to the west side as well. And frankly, Alpharetta, they've been doing a great job, and it's not by accident. It's because they've been taking careful consideration. So, I certainly applaud this mayor and council for wanting to take careful consideration to really make a better zoning code for the future.
Thank you, Councilmember Palermo. Other members of the public that would like to speak? Welcome, Scott.
Hey, just one question real quick. Scott Long, 1055 Martin Ridge Road. Just want to be sure there was a discussion about stopping construction versus stopping applications. I want to be sure this is just about stopping applications, because I know that we have about 700 recently approved, mostly multifamily units around Roswell that just haven't been built yet for whatever reason. And I want to be sure that wasn't being halted. It's just the applications. And then
And new applications?
Just new applications.
Yes, sir.
And then the only other question was about the percentage. There's a 75% commercial percentage. I know that for CX, we recently passed a 50% commercial percentage, and then for whatever reason didn't pass it for any of the other zoning categories. So just wondering the difference between why we didn't settle on 50 versus 75.
Well,
why we're choosing 75 since 50 was the one we settled on for.
Like the example, Scott, I used earlier, for example, technically, if you draw that out, it's like, just go along with me. 25% retail, 25% O&I, 25% residential with a mortgage, 25% multifamily rental. So technically, if you looked at that, that's 50% housing. 50%, that's right. It's not all commercial. It's 50% housing.
Okay, just checking. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It does. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Palermo?
Yes, so and thank you for those, and basically on the question too, because yeah, if you look in the UDC, if you look at CX, it mentions the 50%, and whereas of course this discussion is affecting other things, not just CX, is affecting all, and basically some guidance received from staff on just basically them hearing and seeing some things were not completely clear the way it was written to developers. And again, we do have that goal of making it completely clear. And again, absolutely to the point in the question earlier, that the many hundreds and hundreds of multifamily that have been approved the last few years that have not been built yet, this is not affecting them. It's only for wanting to turn additional new properties into multifamily.
City Attorney David Davidson Scott tells me I'm wrong. It is just 25% residential. So he tells me I'm wrong on my explanation. So David, can you explain that?
So currently in the code section, in the UDC, section 13.4.3 allows for a mixed-use development if it's 75% or more commercial and 25% residential. What we tried to do with this moratorium is narrowly tailor it to what we're trying to accomplish, and that's to stop it's an emergency measure to maintain the status quo. So we're not going to get standalone apartments. We're not going to get applications for new standalone apartments where we can't go in and stop it in the future, which could actually be dangerous to those apartments or any other apartments in reality. So this is just maintaining the status quo for 90 days. We've tried to make it as narrow as possible to achieve that, while allowing some, or if you have apartments on your site now, you can come in and redevelop that site. I mean, it's an attempt for a short period of time to be able to go in with the changes that were made to the comp plan today, with the ordinance that was initiated 2 weeks ago at the council meeting. We're changing some definitions. I mean, the apartments versus condo, there's no distinguishment right now in our ordinance for that, and that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, David. Yes, ma'am.
So it sounds like there's not clarity there, so I think I understand why there's not clarity out here. Because when you say 25% residential, that may include mortgages, condos, that may include rentals. So you're taking 25% and further subdividing it for the residential, correct?
I'm saying straight residential is 25%.
You're saying combined residential will not
Yes.
be more than 25%.
Correct, and that's
So-
what's allowed in the code right now.
Right, and that's what I'm trying to understand, because back to where I came before here, I was mixed use. I'm all about mixed use. Mixed use is not a problem at all. Here's what is not computing in my head from the numbers y'all are using. I lived in a 20-story high-rise. Top 3 floors were a penthouse. That was not where I lived. On North Avenue and Peachtree, a block from the Fox. So we had a convenience store downstairs, a diner, a furrier, and a dentist, and a deli. And then above that it was a conversion. At one point it was apartments, then it went to condos. So it was all purchased. We had limits on how many rentals could be in with the condos. That by no means was 75% business to 25% residential. When someone was talking earlier about, coffee shop in the downstairs and condos or apartments upstairs. If Roswell is looking at 3, maybe 4 floors, because I know 4 floors puts people over the top, and you have commercial on the bottom, and you have 2 floors of residential, purchase or rental, whatever you call that, it's max 30% commercial. So am I not computing it right, or are we talking about different things?
Councilmember Vanstrom?
Yeah, I think we're getting in the weeds here a little bit.
But I think the weeds are what we're talking, right? No?
Just hold on. I appreciate that you're picking up on the 75-25. If a developer wants to come in during this moratorium and build something 75% commercial and 25 residential, because that's what currently is allowed, I'd welcome that with open arms. I don't think that's going to happen. And that's what we're trying to really define, is what we do want to happen in the best of circumstances. So you're right now, you're taking this one portion. That is not our goal. That is not by any means what we're trying to create. That's just what our legal department has stated is currently what we have to accept and during this moratorium. That's it. And the moratorium is simply to go organized. That's it. So I think we're going down a path here that's going a little too far to the concern about the mixed use. It's not what this is about.
Well, I would assume you got percentages from somewhere, that it's not just, we're just going to throw numbers down on paper. So, and I've heard from Councilman Palermo in this, that this is until code changes can be made, right? So this isn't let's pump the brakes and then, well, let's floor it, we're going ahead as we were. Like, y'all are considering making significant changes to code, right? That's what this is. So what is that change to code vision looking like if we have 75-25?
I'll also mention, just to interrupt, I think significance is a strong word.
Changes to code, right?
Councilmember Palermo.
Thank you. So I think, yeah, the way I'm looking at it is you're very focused on the 90 days, whereas, and I certainly ask you focus instead on 90 days from now, the next 10 years out, on what is the type of
And that's what
development
I
we want
guess
to
I'm
occur.
asking you.
Exactly.
When we have these numbers here, what are your numbers you're envisioning down the road?
So I personally,
75-25 does not seem sustainable.
So
And
I'll-
I live in East Roswell, so I don't want to see it sit vacant.
right.
We got Target and Kohl's.
Well, so Target is actually, Target's moving forward. From everything that we've heard, they've got their approval, so
Right, but I
they
mean,
sold
what do you
they sold the property to the
envision with
apartment
this
developer.
code
Yeah.
change moving forward?
Yes, so there's one thing that's already moved forward at committee, which is creating a definition between condos and apartments. So that's something that's already started, so that definition is going forward. And then there was an item from staff that is somewhat complicated, but so I'm not gonna get out a whiteboard to try to explain, but they've basically said there's something that's not very clear to the many developers that are coming into them, and so they're seeking a little clarity. And then the other item specifically is just looking at, so currently CX has a percentage, and the question is, should other mixed-use developments have some types of percentages? But again, going back to your specifics of 75%, I certainly can't speak for this mayor or this council, but for me, I certainly am not. I am not a proponent for 75% requirement on all mixed use or anything like that. This is just a 90-day period to give time to set up what the code should look like in the future. Because if you're wondering, is this 90-day going to just turn into the permanent? The answer is no.
It just seems like an odd number unless the number is there because it's not feasible, so you won't have any applications
The number
through.
was recommended by Planning Commission. I forget when it went through, but so it was a number provided by Planning Commission that at the public meetings they had touted as an ideal number with different aspects. But again, this is just for 90 days before we then come up with permanent, and it's not going to be based off of anything in this agenda right here.
But the percentages that council will propose to code, to changing those definitions, will be based, I hope, in data and research that makes sense, and it's not just numbers we're throwing out, right? And we can have those sources when it's brought to public comment.
We encourage all that public discussion and
But I
questions and
mean,
answering them.
the council, since these are changes being made, will brought to the public with cited sources so we can see, oh, yes, this is viable, this isn't viable.
I think that's absolutely a discussion that can be had, and at the end of the day, you know, as we look at things, I think it is helpful as we're looking at other areas and what's been successful. Again, I think we've got a great model with Alpharetta, and they've created some actual destinations. So I think you'll see a lot of discussion around that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am. Other public comment? With there being no further public comment, bring it back to council for any further discussion. With no further discussion, do I have a motion on this item? Councilmember Vanstrom.
Motion to approve city attorney's report, item number 3.
Thank you, Councilmember Vanstrom. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Hills. Seconded by Councilmember Hills. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Mr. Palermo, are you recusing yourself?
I'm going to just abstain. There's, you know, I stand by, there's no conflict. Mixed use will make our city better for the future than just adding more and more standalone apartments. But I'm happy to support residents' requests and discussion, and I don't feel a need to vote, and I'll just abstain.
Let the record show that the votes are 4 for the ayes and 1 abstention. The motion passes. Thank you very much. All right, recommendation for closure to discuss personal litigation and real estate matters. Do I have a motion?
Motion to move to closure.
Motion by Councilmember Hill. Do I have a seconded?
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Morthland. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Motion passes unanimously. We go to closure.
David, he asked you.
The meeting's adjourned.